Good morning and welcome to the Online Darts Live League here for Thursday. We have had our Group A over the last 3 days, and it was Chris Gilliland of Northern Ireland who made his way through to the Saturday night's finals. But as we start our play today, we're going to get a fresh look to 6 players who will start their campaign for this morning and will have tomorrow morning as well to try and book their spot into Saturday's finals with Chris. Today we're going to start with Scott Walters up against Richie Bennett. It's a welcome back for Scott Walters, who has played here once before. He's amassed 15 performances and won more than half of his games. So he could be very competitive in this group over the next couple of days, up against the most experienced player this year, playing over 250 matches. Richie Bennett finished in 4th position in Group A this week, getting himself 16 points.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Which is definitely not a bad effort. But he was beaten on leg difference to get into Group B by Connor Scott in the end.
59.
So Gilliland goes through to the finals on Saturday night. Jared Cole and Connor Scott from Group A have gone to tonight's session, which starts at 10 PM on Sporty Stuff TV.
83.
And then it's Burnett, Scott Marsh and Colin Osborne who will take part in this group. And of the 6 players in
64.
this new group, 2 will progress to Saturday night alongside Chris Gilliland, who we have to say just about made it through that group yesterday.
140.
He had an excellent Monday and Tuesday, but Wednesday he just did enough.
137.
In fact, he made it through that group by pretty much 1 dart, because if Jared Cole had beaten Colin Osborne in the second last match yesterday, then Jared Cole would have won the group. But the players who have graduated from Group A to Group C here,
60.
I'm sure, are very happy that they now have a fresh challenge over the next 2 days. Everything starts from scratch. I'm not really sure how that went in the 60.
98.
But it did. And it gets Richie Bennett to the finish first.
55. Richie require 80.
Finishing this week for Richie, 28%. So he has missed his fair share of doubles.
60.
An early miss here to give
Scott,
Walters a chance at 126.
126.
It's his throw. It's double 6.
Game shot.
And that's the first leg to Scott Walters with a ton plus finish. A really good start from Scott. He wasn't expected to win that leg with the way the scoring went, but he's taken it.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Let's have a little bit of a deeper look into what Scott Walters has done when he's been here. 15 matches. He did fill in for Jamie
60.
Caven on a Friday a few weeks back, and then he had his own campaign after that as well. He's got a running average
99.
of 89.04, which is very, very useful. He's just beaten his highest finish, funnily enough, in his first leg today. His previous highest finish of 120.
45.
That is now 126. His highest average, 96.59.
58.
And a win percentage of just over 53%. And with the company in this group, you'd probably have to say that Walters is on a bit of a freebie here, because the likes of Burnett,
100.
Osborne, and maybe a couple of the debutants here are expected to perform at a higher level than he is. But he could make it through this group
133.
somewhat unexpectedly. We will have 15 matches for you today. we will take a break around 11 a.m. local time.
100.
Have a couple of minutes silence for Remembrance Day here in the UK. But we will bring you all 15 matches
81.
up until around 2:30 this afternoon local time. And then tonight from 10 p.m. until around 1:30 in the morning.
Scott, you require
As we have a
130.
5-player group later on, which is quite strong to say the least. Walter's going for another Ton Plus checkout. And he's got it.
Second leg.
2-0. 126 out, 130 out. And the way he's going in this first game of the day, that personal best finish
Third
in the
leg,
Online
it's
Darts
Scott to
Live
throw
League is going to
first.
continue to
Game
go
on.
up. Richie's already thinking, why are you
60.
doing this against me? Group A was a 15-game group for the players. This is a 10-game group per player. So it's a shorter format, meaning
60.
every loss is magnified.
$63.
That's unfortunate. It's good for him that he actually had a treble 20 already. Otherwise, that would have been a disastrous visit. But Walter's from the county of Hampshire.
58.
We've had a fair few players from Hampshire playing here this year. The likes of Chaz Barstow, who will be playing later tonight. Mike Gillett, of course. They will be players that Walters knows very well indeed. As well as the likes of Andy Jenkins and Aaron Monk. Hampshire legends that they are.
Not
to mention Rob Collins as well, who made his way through week 1 and will come back for Champions Week in early December.
137.
It's been a really good response after that Robin Hood dart from Walters. So he's had a 126, a 130. Can he take a third
100.
consecutive
Scott, you
Ton Plus
require
finish?
140.
Not this time.
100.
But you've got to say it.
Richie,
He's
you
got
require
Burnett on the ropes if this doesn't
143.
go. And it's not going to go.
$97.
So it's tops.
Scott, you
for
require
3-0.
40.
First time he's missed a double.
Game
And
shot
double
on the
five
third leg.
has
Scott
been a friend to
Walters.
him so far. He's found it twice and a 3-0 lead. So the opportunity of an early morning bagel for Scott Walters.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Who doesn't love an early morning bagel? I'll tell you who. Richie Bennett. These guys have never met before.
100.
I guarantee you Richie Bennett is going to know all about Scott Walters if he wins this leg.
$140.
I'm not going to lie, I don't know a great deal about Scott. I was asking a few of our production staff about him this morning. And sometimes it's nice to learn about a player by watching how they play it.
60.
It's a very uncomplicated style. He holds that dart towards the end of it and projects it with a bit of ferocity.
126.
Somewhat old school in approach as well with the equipment he's using. You don't see many players using those Brit kite flights anymore.
45.
You can see what Burnett thinks of that. And he has relinquished his throw here. And he's staring at a very big deficit.
135.
I like that play. He's left himself on the 2-darter and you'd much rather have 195.
125.
Can he
Scott,
inflict
you
a
require
4-0
100.
whitewash here on Burnett? Tops.
80.
Not quite yet. Richie was probably thinking this morning,
21.
I've had 3 days of action.
Scott,
I'll feel
you
sharp
require
going
20.
into Scott in the first game. I may be able to get him,
Shots
but
and
he
the
hasn't.
match.
Walters
Scott
has got the
Walters.
ideal start of 4 legs to 0. And from here, Richie Bennett has got a big task to recover from that. 16 darters all the way through. That's the equivalent of that 93.94 average and 50% on the checkouts with 2 ton-plus checkouts in there. Great start for Scott Walters. We're going to get a look at Scott Marsh and Colin Osborne in our second match of the day. They've played all 3 days this week, but now it's a fresh challenge. and welcome back to our coverage of Group C today on Thursday morning. It hasn't been the best start for somebody graduating from Group A, and that was Richie Bennett. So let's have a look at the other two who have brought themselves into this group from Group A. It's Marsh and Osborne. Will they get a better start than Richie has? New day, new table, new goals. It wasn't Osborne's week, amassing 10 points and finishing in 6th position in the table.
Game on.
Marsh getting 5th position on the same amount of points. But the one thing that really will help Osborne coming into today is the fact that the last two matches in Group A, he won them against two of the better competitors in that group, and he really was on form.
60.
So if he can find that kind of form over the next couple of days, he could well make the top two, which is where you have to be in Group C if you are going to get through. It was a running average of 87.5 over the course of the last 3 days for Colin Osborne. A best average of 99.14. 17 maximums, 2 ton plus finishes,
55,
and a checkered percentage of 35.48. Now, the interesting thing for me is that I've seen people win Group A with stats like that.
125.
But the Group A we had this week was just a little stronger than some previous times we've had this year. Hence why 3 of the most seasoned competitors have found their way into the bottom 3 at the end of Wednesday.
140. Scott,
Marsh has had a good start
81.
here. Under 100 after 12. Bullseye for him. Just checking to see if that was in the treble.
56.
Scott Walter started with a ton plus checkout. Will Osborne do the same? Let's find out.
Game shot on the
He
first
does
leg.
indeed.
Colin Osborne.
This could be one of those groups where we see a plethora of ton plus checkouts. We've already got 3 in 5 legs.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
As for Marsh's week, I mentioned that he amassed 10 points with a running average of 84.49. That was the lowest running
59.
average of Group A. It was the lowest by about 3 points as well. And these two were the only players in Group A this week that didn't have a running average of over 90.
125.
Maybe that tells you a fair story as to why they were in the bottom 2, but I think that's the first time in all my weeks covering
60.
this league this year where I've seen 4 players have a running average over 3 days of over 90. That just goes to show how strong it was. Marsh got the least maximums
41.
in the group, which was 8. But he got the second highest amount of ton plus checkouts with 6. His highest being 126, which we've already seen today from Scott Walters.
140.
Best leg of the week, that came from Chris Gilliland. He got a 10 darter. We haven't been close to a 9 yet.
42.
We've seen a couple of visits where people have had a chance at the 141 or the 144.
43.
I think with the strength on show in this group, and of course Group B later on, I think a 9 is a distinct possibility.
133.
This is where you've got to get to 100 or less.
96.
A lot of people might
Scott, you require
have thought of the 25 on the last start there to leave 97 instead of 103. You'd much rather have a 2-darter than a 3-darter.
45. Colin, you require 103.
He was good enough to take out 116 in the first leg. How about 103?
Game
Oh,
shot on the second
what
leg.
is going on
Colin
with these
Osborne.
ton plus finishes? 103 now. That's 4 in 6 legs.
Third leg,
I'm
it's
going to have
Scott to
to
throw
have a
first.
word with our statistician
Game on.
backstage to see how many ton plus finishes we've had in one day as a record, because the way these guys have started,
60.
we could break it today. We've already seen a couple of records this week. The daily average record for a player was broken by Connor Scott on
44.
Tuesday. That was over 102. And then yesterday, the same player broke the daily 180 record
134.
by getting 16, I believe it was.
$100.
Funnily enough, over the course of the week, Connor Scott got 32 180s so far, because he will be involved in Group B tonight.
81.
He didn't get the record for Group A though. That's still held by Robert Thornton at 34. Osborne, so far this morning, looks very sharp in those eyes of his. He fancies this one. He fancies getting to Saturday night once again.
100.
He has not won on a Saturday night for a long string of months. He wants to break that streak. It was all the way back in Phase 2.
80.
And this now is Phase 6.
Scott, you require 126.
That looks inviting. But this game is following a very similar
46.
pattern to what we saw in the
Colin,
first
you
game.
require 137.
2 ton plus finishes for a 2-0 lead. And then Osborne gets a shout at a bigger ton plus checkout. This is where Scott Walters could not take the 140. However, Osborne just misses out on the opportunity of a bigger one.
97. Scott, you require 80.
Just above that one. Too high. Still got a shot.
Game shot on the third leg.
What finishing
Marsh.
we have seen so far today. They're just showing how good they are on the doubles. Didn't need 2, but gives us 2 anyway.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. $180.
There we have our first maximum of the match. I have a sneaky suspicion we're going to get a good standard in this group. And we haven't seen anything of Curt, Parry or Adam Smith-Neale yet.
100.
They will play each other in match 3. They are 2 debutants, so it could be a bit of an edgy affair. But we have seen players
82.
come into this arena and really settle in quickly. I suppose there is more expected
58.
of the experienced campaigners like Osborne, like Marsh, like Burnett, and even Scott Walters, who has only played 16 matches here now.
55.
But we've already seen today how comfortable he is here. But look at players like Connor Scott. Firmly
60.
one of the favourite players of our viewers now. And the way he's been performing over the last few weeks, he's been putting in some delicious statistics.
140.
Speaking of delicious, Motown after 12. And it will be 4 tops for Osborne.
58. Colin, you require 44.
Tops it is.
24.
He will be back for tens. That tops over the last 3 days has been quite elusive most of the time. When Osborne is playing well, he finds that tops bed with his eyes closed.
180.
First maximum
Colin
of the match for Marsh.
20.
Just in case Osborne doesn't take care of double 10.
Game shot.
But he does with a picture-perfect guide. And of course, he sneaks the next one just inside for a 3-1 lead, looking for a very similar start to Scott Walters from match 1.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Just to give you an indication of what you will be seeing tonight, live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m.
180.
Scott gets back-to-back maximums. We will have Group B for you, 5 players.
55.
4 matches each tonight, and your competitors are Chaz Barstow, one of our phase champions from this year, Connor Scott, a runner-up from a phase from a couple of weeks ago. What is Scott Marsh up to?
140.
You almost got 3 maximums in a row. You've got Jared Cole, another runner-up from a phase against Barstow from a couple of phases ago.
180.
You've got Ryan Finesse and Martin Thomas. I'm going to stop talking about that because this leg has been amazing.
140.
Somebody has found their scoring boots.
$45.
And he's got plenty of time to
Scott,
take care of the 41.
41.
Is this where his comeback begins? He's a bit of a tops maestro as well.
Game shot.
And that is the best leg of the day so
Scott
far.
Marsh.
11 darter from Scott Marsh. And the scoring, not just in that leg, but at the back of the other leg, just goes to show how well he's
Sixth
playing
leg, it's
currently.
Colin to throw first. Game on.
Best average of the week so far for Marsh, 96.19.
100.
He's a couple short of that so far.
140.
But the doubling from both players here. 67% for Marsh, 50% for Osborne. That's the kind of performance you feel you should put in.
60.
As much as you would want more than that. Realistically, between 50 and 67% is where you want to be. But at times this week, Marsh
85.
has been unbelievable on his finishing. Particularly against Osborne yesterday, where he won by 4 legs to 0, and his doubles percentage
81.
was 80%. And if you think that was a flash in the pan, when he was beaten by Connor Scott in his previous match, he had 3 out of 3. So he lost with 100% there.
140. $60. Scott, you require 136.
Looks like we might be going the distance with Marsh having 6 darts from 136. He really is finding that 60 now.
120.
And we just miss out on another ton plus checkout. Would have been the 3rd of the match.
$100. Scott, you require 16.
Doesn't want to miss this to give Osborne a chance at 100.
Game shot.
And he doesn't miss.
Leg.
I didn't
Scott
expect him
Marsh.
to miss that either. It is a really good double 8 to give him confidence after winning the last couple of legs. He now has a genuine shot of winning from 3-1 down.
Leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
They've played each other 3 times this week. And Marsh
100.
has had the better of Osborne the last couple of days. Osborne won by 4 legs to 3 on Monday. That pretty much went to the form book at the time.
60.
But Tuesday and Wednesday belonged to Scott. Wins of 4-1 and 4-0. Gives him a little bit of a lead in the head-to-head.
57.
Those wins don't count anymore towards their head-to-head record that could be used potentially to separate them in this table.
100.
We would only use the games from this group to separate them if they had the same points, the same leg difference, and of course the same amount of legs won. That is how we separate players in these groups. 2 points for a win.
81.
And then the leg difference comes into play. And if we can't split them on that, legs won. And we look at other avenues after that as well, like the head-to-head record.
51.
It's a marginal lead after 3 visits here for Marsh. He's going to use the 19s first. Should go back up north now. Great adjustment.
99.
That forces Osborne to get 2 big trebles here to equalise Scott's position.
55.
So it's going to be 6 from 164.
Scott, you require 164.
Could he possibly? Does he want to? He doesn't. I think that's the right call.
100.
I think he'll be disappointed with 100 there after that first start. Pressure.
140.
Yes. This game is not
Scott,
over.
you require 64.
It may be now. 1 dart at tops left.
24.
Ooh, he can't believe that's missed.
Colin, you require 95.
Well, well, well. Can Colin Osborne steal this? Didn't really scare the 60 and double 8.
55.
Maybe he should have looked at a double-double option.
Scott, you require 40.
So now Marsh gets 3 more after already missing 2. Double 10.
20.
That's 5 darts for the match missed, and he's left Osborne on his favourite double
Colin, you require 40.
to end up stealing a match that he led 3 legs to 1. Can Osborne hit 10s?
20.
Oh boy. 8 match darts missed by
Scott,
both
you require
players.
20.
5 by Marsh, 3 by Osborne.
Game,
But no
shots,
more from
and the
Marsh,
match.
as
Scott
he does take the
Marsh.
win. Ultimately, it probably is a win that he deserves, but that one was a bit of a 50-50 coin flip. 91.43 for Marsh, 85.25 for Osborne, but the win from 3-1 down, you have to commend the man for getting that win. That's what's coming next. We have Curt, Parry and Adam Smith-Neale shortly. warm welcome back, and it is a little glimpse of what we're about to show you here at the Online Darts Live League. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson, and they are Curt, Parry and Adam Smith-Neale. So let's go down to see their first game here. Really good to see Curt. I haven't seen him in a few years now. Adam Smith-Neale and that resplendent beard. The 27-year-old from the West Midlands
First leg, it's Curt
will
to
now
throw
take
first.
on a
Game
man
on.
from Wales. It's a bit of a beard off here. I think Adam Smith-Neale wins that one. But trust me when I say this, Curt Parry can play.
140.
He's got a young family in South Wales, and he has an incredible reputation amongst players from the development tour from a few years ago. I've already had a tweet this morning from Luke Woodhouse, who has said he's unbelievable on the scoring stakes when he gets going. And here at the Online Darts Live League, we like good players that are quick.
56.
So he ticks both boxes. As for his opponent,
180.
he's not bad either.
Curt, you require 170.
He's left 41 after 9.
98. Adam, you
And
require
the former
41.
world master take 41 for an 11 darter.
Game shot on the first
Well,
leg.
what a start from Adam Smith-Neale. It doesn't come much better than that. No such thing as early tournament nerves. In with
Second
a wallop,
leg, it's Adam
as
to
I'd like
throw
to say it.
first.
Neither player has played here before, meaning that they've never played each other here
59.
before, of course. But they have played each other previously in other arenas, in Reading, Wigan,
45.
and in Crawley, at both the Challenge Tour and Development Tour. And of their 4 meetings, Curt Parry is up by 3 games to 1.
100.
Somewhat misleading, though, because their last meeting was 5
100.
years ago. In fact, it was more like 5.5 years ago.
99.
Curt has actually won one of those Development
60.
Tour titles previously. That was back in 2013 in Barnsley. So 8.5 years ago, that title.
140.
It's a scary thought. But he's not a youth player anymore, and maybe
100.
this
Adam,
could
you require
signal
103.
the next phase of his darting career.
67.
There's no pressure on Curt Parry the next couple of days. What he can do is find out if he's still got that desire.
135.
We've already seen
Adam, you require
he's still got the talent.
36. Four.
And Smith-Neale leaves himself on double
Curt,
16
you
inadvertently
require
there.
61.
Didn't get a shot at double in leg 1. Does here.
29.
Just misses it on the outside.
Adam, you require
To give Adam
32.
a shot at the same double he took for leg 1.
Game shot on the
He
second
takes double 8
leg.
for a
Adam
2-0 lead.
Smith-Neale.
This is a fast, rapid game. And if you do not get a leg early, you could be wiped out pretty easily.
Third leg, it's Curt to throw first.
There was a comparison a few years ago between Curt Parry and Adrian Lewis. Same sort of build. Same
100.
delightful throw to see. And after seeing him throw some practice darts this morning, it's great to see that Curt has still got that impeccable technique. But he's been given a really tough task in his first game here against debutant Smith-Neale, because he, over the last few years, has been playing some very good stuff.
140. 58. Curt, you require 86.
Curt's turn to have a really good scoring leg here. Just going to set it up with Adam
46.
on 206.
$100.
Doesn't want to miss
Curt,
this. Wants to take it nice and
40.
clean.
No score.
Offers the chance for Smith-Neale to
Adam,
take
you
a 3-0 lead
require
then.
106.
Can he do it? Double 18.
Game
He's
shot on the
pinched it.
third leg.
And Curt
Adam
Parry has had his
Smith-Neale.
pocket picked by Smith-Neale. And maybe that's one of the reasons why he has picked up a World Masters in the past. Hitting
Fourth
shots
leg,
like
it's
that.
Adam to throw first.
Strong start from a player that also made the European Championship this year in the PDC.
100.
You went to the associate member qualifier to get into
85.
the Gibraltar event back in September. He got through that qualifier.
180.
And because of the truncated European season, he won enough money in
96.
Gibraltar to make his way to the showpiece European Championship, where he was beaten
100.
in the end 6-5 by James Wade. But he did pick up a handy amount of money in getting to those final stages.
140. Adam, you require 121.
But what a performance so far from Smith-Neale. Single 18. Well, he's missed it.
99.
To leave double 11. But it is a match dart coming in.
140.
Curt Parry has averaged
Adam, you
over
require
91 here
22. Game,
and lost the match
shots,
by
and
4
the
legs to
match.
nil.
Adam
A
Smith-Neale.
hugely strong start from the former World Master. And if he continues in that vein, averaging 100 on debut, this could be a fast, furious and really competitive group. So, round 1 is in the books, with 3 players bagging their first points of the day. It's up to the people who lost those matches to respond in round 2. And we're going to start round 2 with Bennett against Marsh. Turns out Scott Marsh didn't have much of a break after winning 4 legs to 3 against Colin Osborne because of that rapturous 4-0 win for Adam Smith-Neale on his debut. So he comes back to the hockey. Does Scott to take on someone who was defeated by 4 legs to 0 in match 1 by Scott Walters in Richie Bennett. Richie will be looking to continue his trend of beating Scott this week.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday this week. Richie has had the measure of Scott Marsh.
121.
Monday a 4-1 victory. Tuesday 4-3 and 4-2 on Wednesday. So there's only one result missing from the entire set. And that is a win by 4 legs to 0.
140.
And boy, would that be welcomed. It would put things straight after he was defeated by 4 legs to 0 by Scott Walters in match 1 of the day.
140.
There's a really fast nature about these players here in Group C. Scott Marsh is not noted as a fast player, but for some reason
140.
he looks quicker today because everybody else is quicker. If that makes any sense, of course.
140.
Great first leg from Bennett to leave 100 after 9. Marsh gets to 1-2-1.
Richie require 100.
Richie, who did have one shot at a double in that defeat in match 1, but didn't find it.
60. Scott, you require 121.
May get more shots at double here. We started a couple of matches today with ton plus checkouts. So Richie is going to get a look at tops.
97. Richie require 40. Game shot.
There is a settler for Richie Bennett. It doesn't matter how much experience you do have in the game. You always need that first double of the day to make you feel better, and he's got it finally.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
The one thing I forgot to mention in Scott's first game of the day is that he, in his last match yesterday, played his 100th game here at the Online Darts Live League for the year. He has joined the Centurion group. He's got a fair way to go to join the position of Richie Bennett, who is now
60.
playing his 253rd game. Richie's won 139 of them for a win percentage of around 55%,
140.
which is exactly where Scott is. That's what makes this match really even, in my opinion. Even though Richie's won the last 3 meetings between these two,
100.
their overall win percentage this year is almost identical. Their running averages over the course of the year does have a little bit of a gap. Marsh, 85.5. Bennett,
59.
almost 90. So maybe that just pushes Bennett more towards being the favourite.
$60.
I'm sure there will be a lot of people out there thinking that the experience of playing this week would outweigh being fresh and a debutant coming into Group C. Well, I'm not so sure about that anymore.
58.
Especially after Walters and Smith-Neale start with 4-0 victories. Let's see how they get on in their next 9 matches.
140.
Superb attacking 60 there from Bennett to get to the finish first for the second leg in succession.
$140.
But it's a 140 answer from Marsh.
141.
So the likelihood in this game is that it's going to be 1-1.
105.
Richie leaves 36.
Scott, you require 46.
Just in case Marsh does stumble. 2 darts at tops. 1 at tens.
36.
And that miss offers Bennett a chance of 2-0 on the double that
Richie
won him the title
36.
in 1995 to become champion of the world. It's not so kind right here. Massive
Scott, you require
chance
10.
missed. That chance has also gone for Marsh, and you can see how furious he is with himself.
6.
He almost flung that dart away
Richie
in despair.
18.
Double 9 is
shot on
found,
the
and Richie
second leg.
does
Richie
get a
Burnett.
break out of the first couple of legs. So in order to grab his way towards where the winners were from round 1, a 4-0
Third
victory
leg,
would
Richie
be welcome.
To throw first. Game on.
Just to erase that leg difference, which has been obliterated from the first game he played. But that leads me to something very important when it comes to Richie Bennett.
140.
In Phase 1 here at the Online Darts Live League this year, it was just playing week to week. And then we changed the format. We had the 4 qualifying weeks, and then, of course, Champions Week, and then the Phase Champion.
140.
Richie Bennett was the first Phase Champion. Then we got Phase wins for Jim Williams, Chaz Barstow.
180.
As we get the first 180 of the match from Richie Bennett. And after Chaz Barstow, it was Robert Thornton who picked up the last
100.
phase. But every phase in the new format, Richie Bennett has made the Champions Week. He was there in phases 2, 3, 4 and 5. He dearly wants to be in Champions Week in Phase 6 as well, in early December, where the likes of Kevin Bennett are already in. Brian Rahman is already in.
125. Richie require 81.
Rob Collins is already there. But to be there again, Richie Bennett needs to succeed in this group and on Saturday night, and he doesn't succeed there.
58.
If Richie does not make it through Group C in the top 2 positions
27.
over the next couple of days, he will miss Champions Week
Scott, you require
for the first time
136.
in 2021. He's got to put
60.
the disappointment of the last 2 darts behind
Richie
him.
require 54.
Because it's only 2 darts that could get him to 3-0.
Game shot.
And it is 3-0.
Richie Burnett.
So, 3 games this week, 3 wins over Scott Marsh, 3 different results. He's going for the full set in the next
Fourth
leg.
It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
If you'd have said to me this morning that there was a possibility
140.
of 3 4-0 scorelines in the first 4 games, I would not have believed you. But that 140 start from Marsh
121.
says to me that he does not want to see a 0 next to his name. It was a fighting victory in game number 1 for Scott. 3-1 down.
100.
Came back to win by 4 legs to 3. Eventually dodging 3 match darts from Osborne.
100.
But this is a position that Scott Marsh has been in before with Richie Bennett. He has been 3-0 down to him in a nighttime session in Group B previously, and he has won from this position.
140.
He will think he can do it again. One thing he does know is that he's going to get 6 darts from here.
Scott, you require 121.
His first leg of the contest. Averaging 98 to this point, Scott Marsh. Treble 7, more than likely. Finds that. And finds double top again.
Scott Marsh.
There we are. So, 3-1 it is. And another ton plus check out. We are getting plenty of them per game.
5th leg, it's Richie to throw
We are guaranteed so far today to have at least 1 ton plus checkout per match.
$140.
That is not the norm, I assure you. We had 25 ton plus checkouts over the course of the last 3 days.
180.
And we had 109 180s on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. We have added to the total of both of those already.
60.
But we had 45 matches between the start of Monday and the end of Wednesday. And the ratio of matches to 180s
96.
was about 2 and a bit. The ratio of ton plus outs per game, just over half. Today so far, we are obliterating that.
121.
Richie will be hoping he doesn't need a ton plus check out. Nice switch. I think the 25 is the play, because the 25 would get him to 130. He's got something better. I don't agree with the tactic. It was aggressive, but it could have left him on something a lot harder, like 136, instead of, say, a 130. But by getting the 57, he has left a 2-darter. Needs to hit this. Double 12.
86.
Narrowly missed. And Bennett comes back for tops to win by 4 legs to 1 in match 4.
Require 40.
To erase most of the damage from game number 1. Double 5. Oh, the
35.
despair. And the pirouette.
Scott, you require 12.
That's a good guy for double 6. Doesn't need it anymore.
6.
And Burnett comes back for 5.
Richie require 5.
He's had 3 match darts and missed all 3 doubles. Double 2. Back to the top with a dart in the way.
3.
And now he's missed 5 match darts.
Scott, you require
He's just given that
6.
double 2 a right eyeful. Straight for it. Can Scott Marsh survive in the madhouse? Yes, he can hit it. And he takes the 5th leg. It's a scruffy affair, but now Richie Bennett has got to go all the way back to 501 points to do all of the yard work again.
6th leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Maybe the momentum has changed.
100.
Let's see what Richie can do with his first visit to get some positivity after those misses.
$121.
You just wonder with that follow through sometimes. I've watched a lot of Richie Bennett's games this year, And that follow-through has been as exaggerated this week as it has been most of the year.
123.
I wonder if he goes through any pain when it happens. Does he get a jolt of electricity through his back? Or his legs? Or indeed his neck when it happens?
43.
You would hope for Richie's sake that he doesn't. I'm talking about two dart players who have felt a bit of an injury recently. Marsh had a brace on his leg the last time he was here before this week. Thankfully, it looks like he's okay. And on Monday, towards the end of play, Richie was struggling with an injury himself, but a bit of rest on Monday night.
46.
And looks like he's fighting fit once again. But the big problem we have here for Richie is that he was 3-0 up. And the possibility of losing to Scott Marsh from 3-0 up could happen again. Marsh wants to leave.
133.
Well, judging by that dart, he wanted to leave 60. He didn't want to leave double 11.
118.
I have no idea why Bennett went to the
Scott,
treble 19 there, because
60.
the treble 20 left to 170. The treble 19 didn't leave a finish. It didn't matter in the end. We're going the full distance for the second time today with Scott Marsh involved. The last time it was 4-3. Scott Marsh won.
Seventh and final leg. It's Richie to throw
but
first.
He had the darts the last time. This time he doesn't.
$100.
Will a 15 darter be enough to get over the line? Burnett averaging 93. Marsh 98. If he does get over the line in 15 darts here, Marsh,
85.
it will be his best average of the week. Of all of the players who have played so far, over the last 3 days anyway, it is Marsh
60.
who has the least impressive best average. I know that sounds a bit odd, but we have had personal bests from Chris Gilliland, from Jared Cole and Connor Scott. They've all broken their PB this week. 109.81 for Gilliland, 107.46 in that amazing game with Scott yesterday for Jared Cole. And Scott, of course, 111.04, the best of the week.
100.
It's steady, but not spectacular from Burnett. But so far, he is retaining the throw. And he still retains it. How much he would love to leave. 101 here. Got to switch now. 2 flights in the way.
49.
One comes up with 49. So he's only 1 dart ahead. But 1 dart is enough to be the difference between winning a group and not. That's what we found out yesterday. Jared Cole had 1
59.
dart at double 16 to win the group. And then with the very next shot, it was Gilliland who won it via Colin Osborne beating Cole.
100.
Burnett is first to the finish, and it is a 2-darter. So 15 darts would have been enough to win this match for Marsh, but he hasn't been able to find it.
60.
He doesn't find a treble there either.
Richie
So
requires
there is a distinct
92.
possibility that Burnett may have 6 from here. Double 6.
86.
And it's his turn to go to double 3 if given the opportunity.
Scott, you require
He has now missed match darts
140.
in 2 separate legs. And he will get a look at double 3 as well.
$100.
He has got to hit it this time.
Richie requires 6.
And he
No
hasn't.
score.
Pulls it. Maybe a bit of scar tissue from the previous leg.
Scott, you require
And the previous visit.
40.
Marsh, how is he getting away with this? He's faced match darts in this game and his previous win.
Game,
And he's won them
shots,
both.
And the match. Scott
So,
Marsh.
how many lives is Scott Marsh using up in his first couple of games? We will find out a little bit later, but it is one of his best performances of the week with a 94.53. 30-odd% on the checkouts, but he is winning 2 games from 2. That is the most important thing for him. We're going to get another look at the fast, furious Adam Smith-Neale up against Scott Walters in match number 5. That's coming straight up. Nice mix of brilliance and drama so far today, but in game number 5, it is Scott Walters up against Adam Smith-Neale, and both of those have already won a game today. One of them will double up the way that Scott Marsh already has, but they will hope maybe with a little less stress. Marsh has won by 4 legs to 3 twice. Walters and Smith-Neale winning their games by 4 legs to 0.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
So debut performance for Adam, 100.2. Not bad whatsoever.
140.
Using those smooth pencil-like darts that don't have any grip on them.
81.
I think he's using a new set since the European Championship, because the ones I saw him using there were a little bit more worn than these ones.
140.
He's done some good things in his career, has Adam
100.
Smith-Neale. But you'd probably have to say that maybe his best days are ahead of him.
41.
Some people do pick up big titles at the early stage of their career
100.
and then have a little bit of a lull. It hasn't been a lull for Adam Smith-Neale per se. He just hasn't made it through Q school.
100.
He has played in some incredible tournaments so far.
40. Adam, you require 80.
Talk more about that in a second, because he's first to a finish. Ooh, treble 16 first.
Game shot on the first leg.
Who does he
Adam
think he is?
Smith-Neale.
The former world master Mervyn King? That is very confident indeed, and that's something
Second
that
leg,
you
it's
won't get a
Scott to
lack
throw
of
first.
from Adam. He's a very confident individual. I suppose that's one of the reasons why he calls himself the big dog.
99.
I remember the first time I met Adam. It was in Halle in Germany, and he beat me in the last 32, and I said to my friends, I've no idea who that was. I definitely know who he is now, but he was about the size of a toothbrush back then. He's filled out a little bit since then, and he's definitely been massaging the miracle grow on his jaw.
83.
I don't know what it is about beards and darts these days. You've got Scott Waits with an absolutely resplendent thing on his chin. Simon Whitlock, of course. Smith-Neale, Humphreys. Curt Parry's got a bit of a belter. Scott Walters is a bit old school. Very short hair.
100.
Freshly shaven for this morning.
Adam
Smith-Neale looks more like someone who is auditioning for a new series of Gentle Ben. But if he takes the 104, it will be 6 consecutive legs today in his favour. Oh, that's a bad deflection.
64.
But a lovely recovery.
Scott, you require 60.
Double top for Walters.
50.
Missed chances and offers.
Adam, you require
Adam
40.
Smith-Neale 40 points for a 2-0 lead. He takes double 10. And that 18-dart break of throw maintains a perfect record so far today. And he doesn't have any scar tissue when it comes to losing legs so far.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Yes, Adam's played in the World Trophy, the European Championship in the PDC. He's played in the
60.
Grand Slam, a couple of UK Opens. He's played at the World Masters, of course, 3 times. 1 time a champion.
80.
And he's played in 2 BDO World Championships. One of those was played
58.
when he was on crutches. He wanted that experience so badly of playing at Lakeside
43.
that he was not going to say no even when he's injured. And I admire that. A lot of people
100.
thought at the time that he should pull out because he couldn't walk 100% properly. But he went up there with a crutch and he did his best.
100.
And at the time, that made me think of an old darting friend of mine who I used to play county with, a lovely lady called Penny Cowan, who used to always play with a crutch.
140.
And it didn't stop her. And it didn't stop Adam either.
$81. Adam, you require
All the hard work that Walters did against Richie Bennett in match 1 could be undone here by a rampant Smith-Neale.
59. $99.
The way he's playing today,
Adam, you require 84.
he's like a very hungry big dog playing for his kibble. Bullseye.
59.
So Walters gets another chance
Scott, you require
to book a leg here in his second match of the day. Oh, double 19. I like that play.
58.
It's a much
Adam,
bigger bed than treble
25.
18. Missed single, leaves 13. Can fix it now.
Game
And
shot
does
the third leg.
for a 7th consecutive leg today. So not only are his points totals looking pretty promising at this point, but his leg difference is looking pretty solid as well.
To throw first.
But don't forget, we've just seen Richie Bennett lose from 3-0 up for a second time against Scott Marsh this year.
60. $100.
The pressure should be lifted for Walters now. He can play with a bit of freedom. He's not expected to win this match now.
100.
Pressure's on the man from the West Midlands.
98.
Adam resides in Nuneaton, I believe, which is the home of Andy
60.
Sullivan, one of the former Ryder Cup golfers.
58.
What is it about today's play? It's so rapid. All we give you today are fast players. And Smith-Neale is not just fast, but accurate.
Scott,
And he
you
really
require
wants another 4-0 victory,
148.
doesn't he? He could well get it.
100. Adam, you require 101.
So for the top of the table, he needs double 16.
69.
Edges the double 16 wire.
Scott, you require 48.
He will have to survive double 16 from his opponent. Now double 8.
32.
Walters has missed all his shots at double
Adam, you require
in this
32.
match. And you don't fancy Smith-Neale's going to miss again.
Game,
And he
shots,
doesn't miss.
and the
4-0
match.
once
Adam
again.
Smith-Neale.
And a perfect start for the former World Master. It's not the same level that we saw from him in his first game, but it's good enough. They don't put averages on the points table, that's for sure. And it's still very good on the checkouts at 40%. So a perfect start for him. 8 legs out of 8 and 2 wins from 2. When we return, we will have Curt Parry for his second match up against Colin Osborne. But we're going to take a break for a bit of time now for Remembrance Thursday. So over the next 20 minutes, we will pay our respects to those that have fallen in previous times. And we will return at 11:05 local time. Hello darts fans and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Thursday morning. Group C action has now completed 1/3 of the play. So now let's move into the middle portion of today with Curt, Parry and Colin Osborne playing their second game. Not the ideal start for Osborne, who did have a chance to snag that first win against Marsh. But as for Curt Parry, I assure you he's not 38 years of age.
First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
If he is 38 years of age, my time machine works. And we are into the future. But he was defeated by Adam Smith-Neale by 4-0 in his first match. But Parry did play decent stuff. The only thing he didn't do
58
was hit a double. Got 4 attempts, but the brilliance of Smith-Neale denied him most of the game anyway.
98.
Much like a lot of the matches that you will see for the rest of the day, this one will be quick. But maybe not 59. As quick as that Curt Parry Adam Smith-Neale game, which was the second fastest match we've had all year.
85.
6 minutes and 37 seconds.
$140.
There's been a lot of positive press this morning for Curt Parry coming back into the game of darts.
180.
A lot of people reminiscing about him completely demolishing people on the dartboard at the development tour.
80.
And people saying that
Colin,
he's still got it.
94.
We'll find out over the next couple of days. But Osborne has got the perfect start here.
On the first leg.
And takes 94
Colin
out for a 14 darter. So Curt Parry still looking for that first leg win. And what is it about him today that seems to make everybody pucker up and play?
$60.
He's got a dart throw that a lot of players would love to have. You might think it's very simple to have good technique in darts, but it doesn't work that way.
60.
You could be a brilliant technician, but over the course of time, you could create a few bad habits. Things could start going wrong.
180.
But obviously, Curt Parry has still got the technique. He's still got the skill. And who's to say
96.
that now he is not a youth player? He's over the age of 25. There's no reason why he can't
100.
get back into the senior game and be a force. He could use all of the experience he has gained up until 2017 and make himself a better player than he ever has been.
64.
He's played on big stages. He's played in big tournaments. But there are a lot more boxes to tick.
105. Curt, you require
Osborne
97.
is lurking here. Double 10.
87.
Parry has edged a couple of other doubles.
Colin, you require 100.
He's not missing them by much. Osborne has just missed tops to leave
45.
himself tops.
Curt,
so Parry does have double 5.
No score.
And somehow it doesn't find the double 5.
Colin, you require 55.
So Osborne's in here for tops.
45.
He leaves himself on double 5.
Curt, you require
This is now
10.
a mental battle for Curt.
Six. Colin,
This
you
will
require
worry him
10.
slightly that he can't seem to find a double.
Game
And Osborne
shot on
can.
the second leg.
An unexpected
Colin Osborne.
2-0 lead after Curt Parry bossed the scoring phase of that second leg. But it's all about doubles for door, remember?
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Maybe the floodgates will open as soon as Parry does find his first double.
180.
But what I was talking about with technique, as Osborne gets his second 180 of the match, that's very applicable to
96.
one of Colin Osborne's good pals in the game of darts, Glen Durrant. I hope the next few weeks are full of joy and confidence for Glen when he comes back to competitive darts at the World Championship. And a win there will do him a lot of good when he does come back to competitive stuff. Darts is very, very difficult when it becomes difficult.
43.
When it seems easy, it's the best game in the world. More brilliance in the scoring phase from Curt Parry, who brings a 171 to the party. But that hasn't been the issue. 63 left. Surely the 13 department here.
133.
So Parry has another chance to bank first leg of the day.
54.
He now has to wait and see
Colin, you require
if Colin Osborne
50.
can convert 3 straight legs. Double top. And that's what he does. That's the difference between these two players. It's the finishing aspect. It's nothing else. The approach play has been good from Parry. The scoring's been good. Just hasn't found the doubles.
It's Curt to throw first. Game on.
And that's why Osborne's got a 96 average and Curt's got an 86.
100.
Osborne really is going to be a competitor in this group. He's one of the most mentally astute
55.
players out there. The amount of work that's gone into this rebuild of his throw and the rebuild of his confidence as well over the course of years should not be underestimated.
$100.
And with that mental wizardry, not a play on his nickname, of course, he understands that he can wipe the slate clean today. Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday are gone. The fact that he finished bottom means nothing anymore.
85.
Fresh challenge, good night's sleep last night, on the same points as everybody this morning. He will be a factor.
140.
What pressure can he put on the 77? Quite a bit by the looks of it. Quite a bit.
180.
180 number 3.
77.
Can Parry find tops?
37. Colin, you require
Osborne can win
81.
by 4 legs to nil right here to give us our 4th 4-0 scoreline out of 6 games. Double 12.
69.
Just misses out.
Curt, you require 40.
You can see that Parry is taking an extra few seconds here. And he's found a double. So now he's got something to build on. He doesn't give us a great deal of emotion, Curt Parry. He is very much playing within himself, but that will please him no matter what happens from here.
Colin to throw first. Game on.
He has got something to build on now, doubles-wise.
28.
Don't underestimate the fact that a seasoned professional like Richie Burnett has lost from 3-0 up so far today.
84.
Osborne's going to be very hard to topple because he keeps finding 180s. That's his 4th.
140.
But look at that ability to nestle those points together from Parry. That's the kind of quality that you want to find in a good
100.
player. If they can do that and become consistently doing that, you've got a very dangerous customer. And he's dangerous, all right. That makes 6 180s in the match. 2 for Parry.
$100. Curt, you require 97.
Can he survive yet again? Double 12.
73.
Not really close
Colin,
on the double 12 there.
93.
And Osborne, who's missed 2 match darts on double 12, will be hoping for 2 at double 18 this time. At least 86. So no dart at double to be a winner by 4 legs to 1. Not
Curt,
yet anyway.
24. Game shot.
He finds double 12 with the second dart. The first one wasn't even a rangefinder. It was a good 1.5 inches too high. But he adjusts well to get his second leg of the day.
6th leg. It's Curt to throw first. Game on.
I don't have a lot of Curts in darts. We've got a Curtis, of course. Curtis Hammond from East Anglia. Good player.
45.
But Curt has it spelt the way that Curt Angle's name is spelt, of course.
100.
I wonder if Curt's going to be the gold medalist at the end of the week. He hasn't had the ideal start. But then again, neither did Sean Griffiths last week.
180.
This is a 180 fest all of a sudden.
100.
We have got 8 of them. There haven't been many games where someone has had 5 180s individually. Double 12 again.
117.
Curt Parry is starting to find something. In a year where darts has been everything of it Welsh.
60.
With Clayton and Price
24.
and Jim Williams. Curt Parry is looking to make a chapter for himself as he equalises at 3-3. He's fast, he's furious, he's good, and when he starts hitting doubles, he looks even better. It's 3-3.
7th and final leg. It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Osborne could have won this 4-0. He missed 2 darts for that result.
140.
But now he's going into this last leg to try and stop being defeated 4 legs to 3 twice in his first 2 games.
96. 140.
He is definitely playing better than he was the last couple of days, that's for sure. Those wins against Scott and Cole at 100. The back end of Group A have really done him some good. Looks like a hungry animal, ready for a feeding.
85.
And Parry's played well in this game. He's averaging 94 for the day.
100.
Ordinarily, that would get you wins, no problem.
Colin, you require 136.
Against this opposition, maybe not. 57 needed to leave tops.
58.
Just ran out of room. Sensible, leaves the 2 darter.
Colin, you require 78.
Colin gets first chance to win. Double 12. 3rd match dart incoming. 2 6s.
66.
He's missed 4. in 2 different
Curt,
legs.
you require 100.
And Curt gets 2 himself. And he's won the game by 4 legs to 3
Curt Parry.
after being 3-0 down. I don't think over the course of the entire year, from my memory anyway, I've seen 2 players win from 3-0 down in successive games. Incredible stuff. Both the averages are very similar. The checkered percentages for Curt Parry and for Colin Osborne are obscured a little bit by the fact that Curt missed a lot early on. But it's a first win for him and a very competitive group going forward. Round 2 done. So Richie Bennett and Adam Smith-Neale next. Well, bring it on, guys. Welcome back to our coverage of the Online Darts Live League. What a furious last game that was, that saw Curt Parry get his first win here at the Online Darts Live League. So, going forward, it's round number 3, starting with Adam Smith-Neale up against Richie Bennett. Contrasting fortunes for these two so far today, with Smith-Neale not losing a leg. But Bennett, the all-time great from South Wales, he may feel a little deflated 2 games into his 10-game campaign. Yet to get a win, but needs to start finding some form now.
First. Game on.
It's not that he's played poorly. He has got form, but just hasn't been able to get that match dart sunk in the right bed yet.
140.
Now what we have here are 2 former winners of the World Masters, quite a few
59
years apart. Richie won it in 1994. Adam Smith-Neale, 2018, so 24 years apart.
60.
This is what the modern day game of darts gives you. Age gaps, experience gaps.
140.
And the kind of games that you would only find in other sports on video games. From a major championship point of view,
100.
It's the equivalent of having, say, Greg Norman, or in Welsh terms, probably Ian Woosnam, up against
180.
As we get the first 180 from Adam. I'm trying to give some sort of comparison for Adam Smith-Neale in golfing terms.
80.
Let's go with Colin Morikawa, somebody like that, a modern major champion.
Adam, you require 122.
54 would have left the bull.
54. Richie requires 61.
25 for double 18.
10 scored.
Misses that. So, looks like 19 for double 16 now.
Game shot on the
That'll make him feel a little bit better.
Richie Bennett.
That could have easily got away from him, but Richie Bennett inflicts the first leg loss of the day on Adam Smith-Neale.
Second leg, it's Adam to
You can't expect
first.
to win every leg in a day. That just doesn't happen.
100.
But one of the lesser things known about Richie Bennett, now we've commentated on him a lot over the last 9 months, but it probably hasn't been said that
81.
Richie Bennett made 3 consecutive World Masters finals. There's a lot talked about the 80s when Bob Anderson won 3
100.
consecutive World Masters against Bob Seneve and John Lowe twice. But Richie was in 3 consecutive finals in the 90s, where he won against Steve Beaton and lost to Eric Claris of
100.
Belgium, and then lost to his close pal Colin Monk in 1996 as well.
58.
Think about some of the names that have won that tournament. The Roll of Honour is prestigious. And Smith-Neale has got his name on that trophy with the likes of
100.
Bob Anderson, Eric Bristow, Dave Whitcomb, Dennis Priestley. Some of the lesser-known greats from around the world,
99.
like Graham Hunt of Australia. He won it back in 1997. Remember when Mark Dudbridge won it back in 2002? That was a big surprise. And it was the start of the great career of Robert Thornton back in 2007. Another for double 12.
Game shot
It's
on the
another ton
second
plus
leg.
checkout.
Adam Smith-Neale.
And it's the best we've seen so far today from Adam Smith-Neale. He's showing a very high level of performance.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
And it is 1 leg all in this one, with Smith-Neale taking his average over 103. Don't forget as well that back in 06,
21.
it was Michael van Gerwen who won the tournament, the World Masters, as a teenager. And that was the start of his great career.
140.
But just look at who Adam Smith-Neale won against in that tournament. It was
60.
a prestigious list of players. Glenn Durrant in the final. Jim Williams in the semi-final. Mark McGeaney in the quarterfinals. We're talking about, at the time,
41.
probably the 3 best players in the BDO. Beat Dan Day in the last 32.
$180.
First maximum of the match for Richie Burnett. Well timed. To give himself a little cushion there.
46.
One of the other players that Adam Smith-Neale beat in that World Masters win is a player who has played here this year. And that is Aaron Turner.
135.
Just to clear up a couple of the other victories that he got in the tournament. Martin Marty of Spain,
58.
very much a soft
Richie
tip player.
require
And
105.
Darren Herwini of New Zealand, very dangerous Kiwi. He also defeated him by 3 sets to 2. That World Masters format, of course, is best of a certain amount of sets.
73.
This is leg play. If you think there isn't much of a difference between the two, you're very wrong.
96. Richie require
For
32.
2-1. Double 16 again. Has to go north.
24.
Offers the chance to Smith-Neale.
Adam, you require 120.
That doesn't help the cause.
80. Richie require 8.
Double 4. And Richie Bennett will be 2-1 ahead. But
No
there's
score.
been too much of that today and too much of it this week.
Adam, you require
He has averaged
40.
well all week long, but he's given his opponents way too many opportunities to take him out. And that is an unexpected break of throw for Adam Smith-Neale, which he will take with ease. And maybe that will be a dagger to the heart of Bennett.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first. $140.
You might ask yourself, why would someone of Adam's quality not be on tour right now?
140.
Someone who I mentioned in his previous match has made the European Championship this year. You could say it's a somewhat fortunate
100.
set of circumstances that got him there by coming through a difficult qualifier to make the Gibraltar Darts Trophy. But he did what he had to do, and he made it. But the money he got
59.
from making Gibraltar and the money he got from making the European Championship may stand him in good stead for paying for Q School in January.
100.
And next year could be his year. Bennett is showing signs of losing his cool. There was a left-handed Happy Gilmore in the background after the last visit.
Adam, you require 161.
It's becoming more popular.
64.
Going for the treble 19 first on 161. I can definitely see the logic in it when you're leaving the 2 darter from 161 using the 25.
137. Adam, you require 97.
But this would be extra salt in the wound. Double top.
77.
And Richie can't miss this time.
40.
He's been given this look. Doesn't matter how many times you look, Richie, it's not in. And neither are they. The pain. Oh, the pain.
Adam, you require 20. Game shot.
And in that one goes. It wasn't a pure shot. It was towards the bottom fifth of that double 10 bed. But as long as it's inside the wire, it doesn't matter. 3-1 Smith-Neale.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
It's good to know my good friend Chris Mason is joining our coverage today, just having a bit of a watch along. He's having a bit of time off before he goes to Minehead for the Players' Championship Finals.
93.
And we will both be covering the World Championship for the radio come Christmas time.
55.
I'll be spending a lot of time with Chris, which will be great. We will put the worlds to rights for the 5th consecutive year at Ali Pally via
58.
TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Thoroughly looking forward to that. But we've got a lot of online Darts Live League to go before we get to that. We will play out the rest of this week, and we will take next week off to make way for the Grand Slam of Darts in Wolverhampton. And then we will return the week after that with week number 3. However, the first thing we need to divert our attention to is Adam Smith-Neale is on for the 350 and 6. The maximum amount of points you can do in 6 darts on the dartboard in this format. It's only been seen once this year.
105.
But he's still got himself very close to victory.
108.
Needs this. Double 18.
Oh,
brilliant from Richie Burnett. And he can't believe he's hit a double. He has. And he's doing a little dance for us as well. Like a happy little leprechaun. So, it's 3-2.
$97.
Yeah, Chris Mason's just texted me talking about the World Masters. Of course, It was MVG that was the youngest winner of the World Masters at the age of 17.
134.
I hadn't even made my county debut at 17. And MVG was winning the World Masters. Next youngest winner was
84.
Eric Bristow at 20. You must be referring to the year I was not even thought of. 1977.
60. $44.
Well, Smith-Neale was hoping for a 4-1 victory.
180.
That has been denied. And now he's going to have to survive the fight back from the Prince of Wales.
134. Richie require 127.
It's another good leg, where Bennett has bossed the scoring this time. Bullseye.
Game
How many ton
play.
plus finishes
Richie
are we going to get
Bennett.
today? There's another one. 2 consecutive from Richie Bennett. He could barely hit a double earlier on.
Seventh
And then he's
final
banked
leg. It's
108
Richie
and
to throw
127.
first. Game on.
And he's now throwing for the victory.
$60.
He does not want to falter at this point, because that's exactly what happened against Scott Marsh in match 4.
100.
Sometimes you have to put your hands up and say, do you know what? A guy beat me fair and square. He was better than me. And that's what Richie did in match 1 with Scott Walters when he was beaten 4-0.
59.
But he knows that he should not have lost to Marsh in that 4th match of the day.
140.
It's been Smith-Neale's biggest test so far. The averages are very similar, only 0.2 between them.
180.
There is a 3rd maximum for Bennett. He takes the lead in that stat for this game. They've now been 5 total.
140.
But Smith-Neale, to his credit, has stuck to his task and left 121 after 9, putting Richie Bennett in big trouble.
$60.
This is their
And
first ever meeting.
121.
And Smith-Neale will fancy this now, especially now he's got the bull. Double 16.
89.
That would have been a 3rd consecutive ton plus finish in this
Richie
match.
require 142.
We're not going to get the 142. We've had a 144 from Smith-Neale. A 127 and a 108 from Bennett.
70.
But it's just one solitary double that separates Adam
you
Smith-Neale
require
from 6
32.
perfect points from 3 games.
Game.
And that's what he
shots,
gets.
And the match.
A hard-fought
Adam
victory
Smith-Neale.
for him, but it's 3 straight defeats for Richie Bennett. He's got so much work to do from here, but 96.96 and 57% on the doubles. Smith-Neale at the top of the table, and no surprise with the performances he has put in so far today. Scott Marsh and Curt Parry will come back for our middle match of the day. It's Game 8, and it's next. are reaching the halfway point of our schedule here for Group C action on Thursday. And the only two players who have not registered a victory so far are Colin Osborne and Richie Bennett, two of the most experienced players in the Online Darts Live League. But Curt Parry got his first win in his last match. Can he get another against Scott Marsh? There you see the table at this halfway point. And there are Colin Osborne and Richie Bennett at the bottom. But Parry, within striking distance of the number 2 spot.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
And it is that number 2 spot that Scott Marsh currently holds. Stay in the top 2 by the end of tomorrow's session, and you will play on Saturday as well.
121.
We are not getting much pause for breath today because the action in this group is furious in a good way. We're getting plenty of 180s. We're getting stacks of big finishes.
140.
And by the end of this week, with the quality of darts we are seeing, my voice is going to be very similar to Russ Bray's.
59.
Spare a thought for Charlie Corstefine, our referee. He didn't referee on Tuesday, but he's going to be here for the rest of the week. So in total, he will have refereed by the end of Saturday
41.
90 matches. He's already done the most of any referee here this year.
180.
But if we see more of Curt Parry, he might hit more 180s per leg than anybody. He is an extraordinary talent. And I'm sure everybody tuning in today via the YouTube channel for Online Darts and the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker
59.
will agree that he is
Curt
very welcome here.
82.
Double top.
62.
If he could hit those doubles just a bit quicker.
Scott, you
We're talking about a world-class talent.
140.
Hold on to your hat. Don't have to anymore. It's not going to blow away.
Curt, you require 20.
First leg breaker throw, potentially.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
first
what we have.
leg.
Just finding the
Parry.
doubles a little bit sooner than he did a bit earlier on. A nice fight back against Colin Osborne in his previous match. And he starts well here.
Second leg, it's Curt to throw first. Game on.
If you wonder how we try to find the players for the Online Darts Live League, of course, none of them will have tour cards. Anybody who has a tour card is not allowed to play in streamed events elsewhere.
60.
So these are some of the cream of the crop outside of the tour card holders. There are plenty of players like that.
125.
But we look at current form, people from the Challenge Tour, people from other avenues like the WDF. But when it comes to Curt, we've looked at the record books and said, I wonder what he's doing now. I wonder if he could possibly reignite a career by coming here. Well, 2 and a bit games in, we already know that Curt Parry can still play darts with the best of them. And as someone who has spent a fair bit of time with Curt over the years, I am so pleased to see him.
140.
He is a lovely lad.
Curt, you require 136.
But he can destroy you on the dartboard.
60. Scott, you require 161.
You might need this.
60.
He remained aggressive on the 60.
Curt,
He
you
thought it was going to be
require
easy to
76.
hit. I had to agree with him at some point, but he didn't find it. Double top.
36.
So Parry's had a shot in both legs.
Scott, you
2-0 up.
require 101.
Oh, look, it's another ton plus out. Oh, look, I think it's going to go.
81.
Holy miss double, Batman. We don't have another ton plus out.
Curt, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game
But we
shot
do
on
have
the
a
second
2-0
leg.
lead for Curt Parry. The scoring phase for him so far, I don't think there's much he can improve on. But if he can approach a little bit faster and find those doubles
Third leg,
quicker,
it's Scott to throw
what a
first.
talent we have on our hands.
Game on. $177.
Perfect start to leg 3 for a man who has won by 4 legs to 3 twice today. Came back against Osborne after being 3-1 down. And took it one step further against Richie Burnett, winning from 3-0 down. It's been a strange old day.
100.
You look at the sequence of the results, and we've only had 2 different score lines.
93.
4-0 and 4-3. Nothing in between. So one of 2 things is going to happen in this game, according to that pattern. It's going to get close, or Curt Parry's going to win the next 2 legs.
100.
And what can Parry do from 268? He does the right thing and gets to a finish via those 2 treble 18s.
Scott, you require 124.
He needs a treble 18 now. Doesn't like the lie. Probably the bottom portion.
56.
Could have used the bullseye, of
Curt,
course, to leave double 18.
140.
Another. Doesn't get another. You find the 54 there, and 32 will be left.
92. Scott, you require 68.
He's going to go treble 10, is he? Or treble 16? He was looking south. Wasn't sure what he was going to do there. But tops is left.
Game
And
shot
tops
on
is
the third
taken.
leg. Scott Marsh.
15 darter. So now that he's got that 1 leg, we are going to have a close match over the next few legs, based on what we've seen so far today.
4th leg, it's Curt.
Good recovery from Scott.
Game on. 96.
Take your time, Scott. If it's gone down the wrong way, don't rush yourself. There's been many an incident at the back of a stage involving the water. Do you remember when Michael van Gerwen spilt the jug in Sydney?
60.
That did him no favours. It disrupted his focus and he lost to Raymond van Barneveld. Remember the time when Colin
100.
Lloyd threw the water over the crowd? I think it was after that match that we stopped having water jugs on stage.
$100.
Curt Parry's not coming up dry there, though. Doesn't leave a finish, but he will have 6 darts from 168. Now that Scott Marsh is not going to fire in a maximum to leave 161.
81.
This is where you just want that nice, easy 1 treble visit.
58.
Just to get yourself under 100. He can't do it. And that invites Marsh in for a little bit of time. If he can find a 140, this leg is on.
121.
Good recovery again.
Curt, you require 110.
You still fancy Curt Parry to take this leg. Ooh, bull tops.
Game
Ooh, a
shot
bit of
fourth
exuberance
leg.
from Curt Parry. And it's another ton plus checkout. That was a bit different. I didn't think he was going to go that route. But he's got levels, this lad. And he's just shown you what he can do.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. 140.
It's easy for me to say that fast players are exciting to watch. That is true. But you've got to be a fast player that can play.
85.
What we've done this year with the Online Darts Live League is try to find you the best talent out there. And I have to pay tribute to everybody who's involved in that effort. Bringing in the likes of Curt Parry.
97.
Bringing in Smith-Neale towards the end of the year. He's obviously doing well. What about the likes of Sean Griffiths? It's good to see him playing well again.
99.
All of the players that have contributed to a very, very good 2021 for amateur darts.
58.
Ultimately, they all want to win this phase, to join that select group of players. And there's one thing that hasn't happened yet this year. We haven't had somebody win 2 phases.
125.
4 different winners so far. Will we get a 5th? Or will we see someone like Chaz Barstow or indeed Richie Bennett getting a 2nd?
Scott, you require 79.
To take us to leg 6. He needs double 11.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Scott
I think I'm going to have to start talking about not just the ton plus checkouts now, but the 2 darters as well. The finishing today from the gods.
Curt to throw first. Game on.
Here's me thinking this morning when I woke up and had my granola and berries, that tonight was going to be the group that really turned things on with Barstow, Scott, Cole, Finesse and Martin Thomas. I thought that group is going to deliver something special tonight.
60.
This group today has brought a phenomenal level of performance. And that group tonight really has got an act to follow. And we're only halfway through.
57.
We've got Scott Walters and Colin Osborne to come after this to close down round number 3 of the matches. Then we will go to the end. And the very last match of the day will be an all-Welsh clash
81.
between Curt Parry and Richie Bennett. $100. Like I said, all of the results so far have either been 4-3 or 4-0. Parry's been done by 4 legs to 0 and won 4-3.
100.
All Marsh does is win 4-3. And if he wants the points out of this, he's going to have to do it again.
135.
But those points are getting further and further away. He may need his first maximum of the match right here. The points firmly are in the control of Curt. One of only 2 KPs that I can think of in darts. The other one being former Online Darts Live League competitor Kevin Painter. Oh, it's bull tops again.
69.
Just watch out for him doing that.
Scott,
That's obviously the way he likes to hit 90. Another one of those. Oh boy, what's he up to? It's another big finish. It's the biggest of the day, and it was to keep him in the game. An extraordinary finish from Scott Marsh. He will not be defeated
Scott to throw first.
without a big fight anyway. What an extraordinary finish that is. What has winning the British Open done to this man right here? He has become
140.
like double level Kevlar. It might not have gone his way in Group A, but today he refuses to be beaten.
100.
Curt Parry has done one thing wrong in this entire match. He missed the match dart for that 109 checkout.
100.
It wasn't that far away. That may be the only mistake he was afforded. If Marsh does get out of jail here once again,
80.
and that's 60 on the floor, all of the momentum was taken away because he ran out of room. But if he does win,
91.
he's going to be on 6 points like Adam Smith-Neale.
Scott, you require 141.
To win the match. On another big finish. Double 12.
117.
So close. Now, if Curt Parry hits this, it's a mic dropper.
60.
He will feel bereft
Scott, you require
at losing
24.
this match 4-3. He was 3-1 up. But the fight back from Marsh is just sublime. 13 darter to win that game. Another belter. 100.24 and one of his best performances he's ever put in here at the Online Darts Live League. And without a shadow of a doubt, the best performance he has put in this week so far. Again, Curt Parry in defeat with a mid-90s average. He's not playing badly whatsoever. We move on to the next round, and it is Scott Walters up against Colin Osborne, and they're going to bring to a close match 9 and round 3. A superb day's play here on Thursday will now continue as Scott Walters will now take on Colin Osborne in match number 9 to bring to a close round 3 of today's matches in Thursday's play in Group C. There you can see Osborne and Walters have a game in hand on the rest, and Osborne needs to make the most of it. Without a win today so far, and it seems like a long time ago since Walters was winning against Bennett by 4-0. He's seen it from both sides today, has Scott. A win by 4-0 and a loss by 4-0 as well.
Game on.
just been informed that we've had 11
60.
ton plus checkouts already today in 8 matches. The record for Group C for a day is 13. So 2 more to equal that record. And 16 is the record for any session. So keep it going, lads. I want to see a record today. We've got plenty of games left.
43.
Biggest of the lot. That 160 from Scott Marsh.
30.
And they don't come more impressive than that. When Curt Parry was sitting on double top for the match, and you hit at a 160, that reminds me
40.
of a checkout that Mensah Suljovic did when he won the Champions League in Cardiff. Raymond van Barneveld was on a double after 9, and Suljovic took at 160. It was one of the most impressive finishes I've ever seen.
$66.
Strong start from Aussie here. He will feel a bit weird at this point of the day in his third match, because he finds a 159 there to lead double 16. He has played well today, has Colin. He's got out of the traps well.
Colin, you require 32. No score.
But he hasn't hit the 32 there. Interesting route on 177. That leaves 63.
127. Colin, you require 32.
127.
Game shot.
But he didn't get the game, as
Colin
Osborne takes the first leg against the throw. And like I was saying, Osborne's played well today. He just hasn't got a win. That's the only thing missing so far.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
So far in this group, you've got 2 players on 6 points, 2 players on 2 points, and 2 players on 0.
171.
Well, Walters is starting on the 19s. He's been sipping from the same cup as mad as Rasma. A very different cup for Colin Osborne. Hang about. Oh, he was on it. We haven't given that 9-darter a name yet. But the 3 treble 20s, 3 treble 19s, and the 150 out.
100.
That would be a great way to get a 9-darter. But it doesn't matter what Scott Walters does here. He's left 50
Colin
after 9,
84.
and he could lose the leg. Now, is Walters going to go bull? I wouldn't put it past him.
76. Scott, you require 50.
He's not going to do it. Double 10.
40.
He could still lose the leg on double 4.
Colin, you require 8.
Big shake of the head. I don't blame him,
Game
because he
shot
is
on the
now
second
2-0
leg.
down
Colin
to Osborne. So, what's he going to do with this 2-0 lead? He has had leads before today, and he hasn't been able to get the points.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. $42.
This has been one of the fastest groups I've seen over the last few months. And it's made me think, if we had all of the fastest players in the world playing in one session, who would win? You would, of course,
96.
include Scott Baker, because he is ultra fast. Maybe Ricky Evans. Vincent van der Voort, maybe.
140.
Who would your 6 fastest players be to put in a Group C environment like this? Feel free to get in touch with us at Darts Live League, or indeed myself at the Asset 180. Osborne taking a bit of a timeout there.
54.
This is not American football. You don't get 3 timeouts. You can have as many as you want. Good to see one of our regular viewers. Stuart McNally is multitasking today. He's watching the live league while he's doing his ironing.
167.
Hope you're well, Stu. Osborne looking for the biggest finish of the day.
87.
Could well still find himself 3-0 up. Walter's just
100.
a bit more deliberate with the technique there.
Require 80.
Osborne does like tops usually.
40.
Chance for Walters.
Scott, you require 120.
Can he glide it over the top of that one? Not quite.
100.
He does that time to leave 10s.
Colin, you require 40. Game
Osborne lethal.
Colin Osborne.
There he is, 3-0 up and coasting so far. I'm not going to say he's going to get the victory because 3-0 is never a guarantee.
It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
But when you're averaging 99, a good 10 more than your opponent, it's a very good sign.
123. 100.
It's been a year where you may have watched more darts than ever before. I think at some point in my future when I write my memoir, I may look back at 2021 as a year where I've commentated on more legs than ever before. Having said that,
44.
I did do a lot for the live league in 2020 during lockdown, as well as playing in a lot.
99.
Of course, there was the PDC home tour, as well as the events that did take place.
100.
But I am genuinely fascinated to see who is going to be the last man standing in Phase 6.
99.
Will it be Brian Rahman, the WDF world #1 currently?
$57.
They've both
Scott,
got the same
require
checkout.
120.
One is to survive, one is to win. This is to survive.
Game shot
And that he does. Oh, he used that single 22 perfection. Just bounced it in off the top. And I have to write down on my little notepad here, another ton plus checkout.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
That makes 12. They are inching closer to that record.
180.
It's the first 180 of this match for Scott Walters.
140.
Oh, he was on it again. 5 deep twice in this match. The last time he left 50 after 9 darts and lost the leg.
140.
He is not safe in this leg either. But he's got a superb chance. Leaving 62 this time. My first time watching Scott Walters today. I've been impressed with him.
60. Scott, you require 62.
That leaves 48. Does he want to leave tops? There's your answer.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And there is an answer. Scott Walters finds tops in consecutive legs to bring us back to 3-2. And I did say 3-0 is never a guarantee of a win.
It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And this will be Aussie's best chance of winning the match. 96 average for Osborne, 98 for Walters.
140.
After those last 2 legs, which really were very special.
45.
Is Osborne ready to put his foot down? Needs to switch now.
59.
He's going to have to get a bit fiddly with the 18s maybe when he comes back.
81.
Doesn't have to because of the lead he's got.
100.
He's in trouble now as Walters.
83.
Even with that last dart, he is 90 behind, and Osborne has got the start on him. What does he do? He can go 20s or 17s.
41.
Walters is not out of this yet. He needs a big score, though. He gets a decent score, but offers Osborne 6 for the match. He's missing trebles at the wrong time, but finds a key bullseye, which gets him in range.
100.
Can he finish it quickly?
Colin, you require 72.
Before it gets too edgy. Double 6.
66.
2 darts for the match missed, and you can see the despair on his
Scott,
face.
you require 92.
If this goes, Walters will be favourite.
76.
But he has to survive Osborne missing double 3 or
Colin,
possibly double 1
6.
to get another shot.
Game,
and it's
shot,
not something that Osborne squanders this
Colin
time.
Osborne.
He needed to dodge a bit of a bullet in leg 6, but does win by 4 legs to 2 with a good performance, both over the 90 average, both decent on their checkouts, a good contest to close off round number 3 of our matches. We'll have a little look at the table when we return in a couple of minutes' time, and when we come back, we are going to have Adam Smith-Neale up against Scott Marsh, who have both had very good days so far. Let's start round 4 of our matches here in Group C then, with 2 players that have not tasted defeat yet so far today. So, one of them is about to. Who will it be? Will it be Adam Smith-Neale or Scott Marsh? Sitting pretty at the top, and they have themselves a little gap as well, a little buffer. A 4-point gap to the chasing pack. If they can both remain in the top 2 by this time tomorrow, they could be sitting pretty ahead of a bow to the finals on Saturday night. One of them is going to get to 8 points with a chance of the perfect day.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
It's been a very different day for Scott Marsh, but he has survived
58.
many a scare. You just fancy, though, that he's going to have to be a little bit more ruthless in this encounter at the start. He will not afford Smith-Neale many opportunities, you feel. But if Smith-Neale does take them, he's not the kind of person to look back. Just look at what he's done today so far. He beat Curt Parry in just over 6.5 minutes. 100 average, 44% on doubles. Then another 4-0 over Scott
60.
Walters. And then that hard-fought victory over Richie Bennett, averaging just shy of 97. It's a high level of play from Adam today.
100.
And you don't think it's going to stop. Our last 4 matches have all been very close. 3 games of 4-3. And the other of 4-2 to Colin Osborne. So after that blistering start where we got 3 4-0 victories in our first 5 matches,
85.
things have tightened up a bit. Just a reminder to everybody who is tuning in today, don't forget that we've got another session for you tonight from 10 p.m.
100. Adam, you require 161.
It's live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. and internationally via the YouTube channel. Hello. Goodbye, 161.
Adam Smith-Neale.
Oh, what is going on with the Tumplers finishes today? That is a 12th. No, make that a 13th. That has equalled the record
Second leg, it's Scott to throw
for a Group C day.
Game on.
And we've still got 5.5 matches to go.
$96.
I'm going to need a throat lozenge by the end of today with these finishes. Is there anything that Adam Smith-Neale can't do today? Tum plus average? Check. Undefeated so far? Check. 161 checkout? Check. What's next? Perfect leg?
58.
You look at those flights that say big dog and they've got big white bones on them. He's not leaving a great deal of meat on the bone when it comes to some of these finishes.
$134.
We have seen players come here this year who are all mouth. And I mean that with all respect. They're saying, I'm a great player. I can beat anybody who comes through the door.
171.
It's all well and good having a mouth, but you got to get up there and do it. Now, Adam has been accused of being someone who has a bit of over-exuberant confidence in the vocal department in the past. But today, he is proving what kind of a player he really
59.
is.
Adam, you require
He is a world-class player. Leaves tops for a 2-0 lead. If Marsh doesn't find a 154, he found a 160 to survive his last match. He's not going to do something similar to that here.
$59.
And you don't fancy
Adam, you require
Smith-Neale is going to miss tops.
Game shot.
And he doesn't. It's a 13 dart break, and he's in the mood again for a big performance. He could well better his performance from Curt Parry game in number 3
to throw first.
from the day.
$140.
107.3 so far. Doesn't strike me that he's going to relent.
57.
I did say if Scott Marsh did not get a good start against Smith-Neale, he would suffer. So far, that is the case.
$28.
We have seen somebody else use darts like this on this hockey this year, Terry Jenkins, who's been using those smooth darts for many a season, but we don't see a great deal of Terry this day and age, which is a bit of a shame. He's off doing other things. One of the busiest men I know. He's probably out selling something today, like armchairs or tables.
57.
Seems like an eternity ago that Terry and I went to Bahrain together. That was pre-pandemic, about 3 months before it.
180.
First 180 of the match comes from Scott Marsh. Somewhat surprised to see that, considering the 180 prowess we've seen from Smith-Neale so far today.
96. Adam, you require 142.
Wouldn't put this past him, especially now. Tops.
102.
I really thought he was going to hit that.
Scott, you require
that was,
72.
for me, the perfect route for 142. And Scott knows he cannot miss this. But he's missed the single. He looks shocked that he's missed that 16.
32. Adam, you require
He won't be shocked
40.
to see Adam hit tops. Double 5.
35.
And for the first time, it seems today, Adam has stuttered
Scott, you require
at the finishing
40.
hurdle in a leg. Double top.
Game shot.
No, he finds it
Scott
after the
Marsh.
first dart was in orbit. So instead of it being 3-0 to Smith-Neale, we have a tight match now, and this is the opportunity for Scott Marsh to get into the game.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Just had confirmation from the PDC of some breaking news that Dimitri Vandenberg has been ruled out of the Kazoo Grand Slam
100.
of Darts, and we will be replaced by Chris Dobie this week in Wolverhampton. The World Match Play champion from last year has received a positive COVID test
60.
and is subsequently self-isolating in Belgium. That is a really tough break for Dimitri Vandenberg. We hope he's okay and is going to be all right in the next couple of weeks for the Players' Championship finals.
100.
Chris Dobie, who was defeated in the qualifier for the Grand Slam of Darts and missed out because he'd only won 2 tournaments this year instead of 3. He was beaten on world ranking by Joe Cullen. Is now going to get a second stint at the Slam.
60.
So a little bit of fortune for Dobie, but I know that he will go into that tournament not wanting to do it the way he has done today. That's for sure. So all of the best to Dimitri.
121.
If you've got a spare moment today, send him a little message on Twitter just to make him feel a little bit better. He'll feel awful this morning.
$81.
Smith-Neale will be at the more manageable finish.
100.
He's afforded one
Scott,
single for treble and double.
160.
Whereas this one has got to be perfect, but Marsh has already hit it today.
$100.
What can we possibly get here?
120.
Is it the record-breaking 120 checkout? No, it's not.
80. Scott, you require 60.
Are we going to be level?
Game shot.
Oh, we are as well.
Scott Marsh.
How pinpoint was that shot from Scott Marsh? I wasn't sure he had enough room next to that dart to level things up, but he has. It's 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
So for the second time today, Smith-Neale has been reeled
39.
in after getting a good start. This looks like it's going to be more akin to the game with Bennett in Game 7, where he just got over the line 4 legs to 3. But the master of that
85.
today is Marsh. 3 games, 3 wins, 3 4-3s.
100. $137.
Good switching from Marsh. I'm just looking at the footwear of these players as well, and it brings up an interesting debate, which I've been
100.
discussing a lot over the last 18 months or so. A lot more dart players go for cushioned footwear now as opposed to, say, a smart leather shoe.
60.
A lot of us within the game would like to see the formal look of dart players behind us. We do believe there should be some sort of uniform, some sort
41.
of code of conduct when it comes to what you wear, but this is a sport. And I think you should be able to wear trainers. I think your foot comfort is a very important issue. And I don't think there's anything wrong with wearing trainers. In fact, the more exuberant, the better. Look at basketball players on the court. Look at the players in soft-tip darts in the Far East. They wear high-top trainers, and they look brilliant doing it. I think more dart players should be allowed to do it, but that's my own feeling. If you have something to say about it, please get in touch. 16 for the lead.
50.
Well, what a chance that was for Marsh after being 2-0 down.
Adam, you require 86.
16 for Smith-Neale.
54.
Could be a big miss.
Scott, you require 32.
The averages have come down a peg. Double 12, unexpectedly.
20.
He has to look twice, but it's not in.
Adam, you require 32.
What a touch of fortune.
Game
As
shot
Adam
on the
Smith-Neale
fifth
takes the
leg.
lead at
Adam
3-2.
Smith-Neale.
So he takes the lead for the second time in this match, in a battle of the two players who have not tasted defeat so far on Thursday.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Can Scott Marsh win 2 legs in a row again?
100.
He'll believe he can. He's done it once in this match already. This is game 10 of our 15. So 2/3 of the action will be completed post this match. And then we go into the 2 most experienced players on our roster for today. That's Osborne and Bennett.
82.
And only one of them has any points. If Burnett does not win that match, I don't think he's going to get through this group.
180.
First maximum of this match for Adam comes right at the end, potentially.
59.
It is a first meeting between these two. They've never met outside of this room or in this room.
100.
But we know they will meet tomorrow in game number 6. And it's looking increasingly likely that they will meet tomorrow after Adam takes their first battle by 4 legs to 2.
60.
Marsh is not going to survive this one.
Adam, you require 84.
Double 12.
Game,
And Smith-Neale
shots,
continues
and the
to
match.
impress.
Adam Smith-Neale.
He was tested in the middle of the match, and he inflicts the first defeat of the day on Scott Marsh with another impressive average of over 95. It's still steady on the checkouts, 1 in every 3. He'll be very pleased with 8 points from a possible 8, and he will have a chance a little bit later on for the perfect 10. Well, we're going to have those two experienced combatants come to the oche now, Osborne and Bennett, with Richie still looking for his first win. With one of our players on 8 points now and only 2 spots at the top of the Group C table available to go to the Saturday finals, these 2 players have got to get a move on right now. Burnett 8 points behind Smith-Neale and 6 behind the second placed Scott Marsh. But Osborne in third position, only on 2 points, has got to bridge that gap between himself and the top 2. And in doing so, if he gets a win here, he will make Burnett's task almost impossible.
First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
After this game, Burnett has only got 6 games. He may be at the point where he needs to win every game
60.
to get through this group. He might need the 14 points to get in the top 2, the way that certain players are playing. And there is the possibility, of course,
100.
that Adam Smith-Neale could do what Josh Richardson did last week in winning 10 games from 10. Good to see that some people are getting in touch on social media about my
95.
rant about shoes. There's a lot of players out there these days who almost bridge the trainers and shoes argument by having a bit of both. Osborne's one of them, wearing
45.
a trainer shoe which is all black. And we've had an interesting tweet
100.
from a gentleman by the name of, I'm trying to pronounce his second name, it looks a little bit complicated, Dave Vlemings. He's given me his fast group of 6,
83.
which is Scott Williams, Ricky Evans, Vincent van der Voort, Adrian Lewis, Michael Smith and Curt Parry. I like that group a lot. If only we could make that happen. Thanks for getting in touch, Dave.
140.
Same goes for Hassie as well, who has been enjoying all of the high checkouts we've had today, of which we've had 13.
60. Colin, you
That is
require
an
106.
equaled record for Group C, so one more over the next 5 matches, and it will be the most impressive Group C finishing display we've seen. It could be now,
74.
but we'll have to wait.
$82. Colin, you require 32.
Double 16 for the first leg. Just slide it in next to that one.
Game
Just
shot
like that.
first leg. Colin
Easier said than
Osborne.
done, but of course Osborne, with his skill, he can do anything with a dart when he's on form, and a 17 dart at a hold in leg 1 gives him the lead.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first.
We've also had Mad Max 501 getting in touch on social media, giving us their top 6 fast players for a
100.
group. How about this? Ricky Evans, Scott Baker, Jelle Klassen, Michael Smith, Jermaine Watamina, and Jeffrey Desvaughn. That is a very good shout. Watamina is quick, isn't he?
90.
And Maurice has got in touch as well, saying Keane Barry. Well, we had Keane Barry in the Live League last year, and he played on his 18th birthday.
100.
We were very lucky to have him for a few months before his career went skyward. And if Keane is watching on, all the very best for the rest of the year, young man.
140.
Fabulous lad and a fabulous talent. He will be at the Players' Championship Finals and the World Championship for the 3rd consecutive year.
100.
But the final act of 2021 for these two comes this week, potentially.
97.
If they do not make the top 2, it is the last we will see of them in 2021.
$123.
Lovely darts from Richie to leave 78 after 12. Does he have company on the 2-dart range?
60.
He doesn't.
Richie requires 78.
20 for tops to equalise.
Game shot
Right
on
in the
second
corner.
leg. Richie
Like an
Bennett.
Ireland Shearer volley. Beautifully done. And this one is tied up at 1-all. He opened up the bed. He didn't block it
Third leg, it's Colin to throw
by
first.
hitting that single
Game
on the
on.
right-hand side. But he hits the double to the extreme in the top left corner.
58.
I do believe the only player to have made Champions Week every single
100.
time this year is Richie Burnett. And that opportunity of doing it in all phases is hanging by a piece
60.
of dental floss. Just had a text from my good friend Colin Rids asking why he's not been involved in a fast group. That is a tremendous point, Colin.
85.
Doesn't matter how fast you make a group, there's always someone who thinks, I should be in there. And Colin's got a really good point. Not to mention the fact he's really good. So, yes, Colin, I'm going to put you in my
50.
group. Not just because you're from Bedlington, next to my hometown of Blythe, which I know you love. But I'll put you in on merit. Especially because you've won 2 PDC ranking titles this year.
140.
That's exactly what Richie needs right now. 140 to get to a finish. Isn't it good to see those top-level pros
60.
tuning into the live league?
Colin, you require 158.
We can't get enough of the wonderful darts that we are dishing out today.
44.
That didn't go to plan, but all is not lost. that one was a bit lurchy. What he should have done after that small 20 was go 19, then 25 and bull. And either would have left him a finish. This is tops. And that is the record-breaking Group C ton plus checkout, because now we have 14 ton plus checkouts for today, and they are gunning for the overall daily record of 16.
Game on.
It's been a record-breaking week this week. Connor Scott's got 2 records.
140.
You got the individual 180 record for a day. Getting
180.
I believe it was 16 180s. He's got the daily average record as well of 102.02.
100.
That's not going to be broken today. We're not going to get a 9 darter from Colin Osborne.
81.
I would not be shocked if we got a 9 darter either tonight, today, during this session, or over the next couple of days as well. The talent
85.
on show. We've got players right now who are really enjoying their game and enjoying the competition.
65.
That one was a bit odd, that visit. 1 good dart of 3. Stay there.
100.
Still a chance for Osborne if he gets this really small.
100.
He does a good job.
Richie requires
So this could be the
76.
turning point in this match. He's now got what Osborne's got. But look at the lie. Oh, great efforts from Richie Burnett. He's had real troubles on the doubles today. But look at the lie of that 25. He didn't hesitate to go for it. Straight down the barrel into the bullseye for 2-2.
Game on.
And that is just as good as a ton plus checkout for me, as Richie seems to be struggling in the background with a little bit of pain.
100.
Did struggle with a bit of discomfort on Monday. But you wouldn't be a dart player in your mid-50s if you didn't have a little pain or two. Last year, I distinctly remember watching Martin Adams, after playing his 5th match of the day, go and get some strapping on his shoulder just so he could complete his quarter of 6 matches. There it is. Painful for Osborne. Now what happens to Richie Bennett when he's at the brink? Because with 0 points at this stage, he is forced to be borderline perfect from here on out if he is to make the finals on Saturday. He has gotten out of jail more than 1 time before, but this is a long slog where he really does need perfect performances. Not just today as well, it'll have to be tomorrow added to that.
120 scored.
Just gets the 20. He gave everything into that. He did not want to bust 180 again like he did in phase 1. That's in. So is that. It's a ton plus checkout, and it's number 15 of the day. We're within 1 of the record. And Osborne is within 1 of victory.
Sick leg. It's Richie to throw first. Game on. 81.
because we're having one of those weeks where it's record hunting, who is going to go after that 118 average that Jason Askew got in Phase 1?
100.
It's been scared a couple of times. Once by Kevin Burnett, who got 117 and change. Mike Warburton got 115.
140.
He could have broken the record if he'd have got rid of that match a little sooner. But with the talent that we have
93.
in this group and, of course, tonight, and maybe in the finals, that average record could go and we could have the first average in the 120s
100.
in Live League history. Jason Askew's top of that list. Then it's Burnett on 117.
100.
The next best was last year from Boris Koltsov, who averaged over 116.
$81.
Well, Richie, for a second, thought that Charlie got it wrong. Charlie doesn't make mistakes, Richie. You're the one who made the mistake there, maybe.
121.
And that's a mistake from Colin. He was looking to leave double 14.
99.
But Richie's looking to put a flake in it. With 2 stabs at double top.
79.
Does the right thing in going for the treble on dart 3.
Colin, you require 87.
But it's Osborne for the win. At the bull.
Game,
Absolutely
shots,
unbelievable
and the next.
finishing
Colin
in that
Osborne.
match. Barely a miss of both players, and Burnett is firmly at the brink. From 4 games today, he has suffered 4 defeats. There's a bullseye finish from Osborne, and let's have a look at his finishing. It was 67%, and Burnett got 2 shots and hit 2 shots. Not doing enough on the scoring and not giving himself enough opportunities with Colin Osborne having the throw. That was the difficulty. So Osborne up to 4 points and now in the mix. We're going to see Curt Parry up against Scott Walters here. Walters has not won since game 1 of the day. Can he get a second? Welcome back to our coverage of Thursday's Online Darts Live League. We're about to see another game for Curt Parry, and he's up against Scott Walters on this occasion. These guys will bring to a close round 4, and they will know the predicament of where they will stand in the table, potentially post this game. Walters has not won since game 1.
First leg, it's Curt to throw first. Game on.
Which seems like a long time ago now. Things have picked up a little bit for Curt Parry since he was beaten 4-0 in his first game.
97.
but he's only picked up the one win. And a couple of times he has suffered a 4-3 defeat. Lost to Scott Marsh, but didn't play poorly. Marsh put in that ridiculous 160 finish in that match when Parry had missed one match dart.
100.
And that was to save the match in the 6th leg.
140. 140.
These two are about
Curt, you require
to do a very fast brand of darts. It's just what they do.
88.
6 minutes, 37 seconds for that game, which was Curt's debut.
134. Curt, you require
he didn't get a leg.
36.
That's a miss. Double 16.
20.
And Scott Walters gets a chance
Scott,
to break Curt in leg 1. After that, miss at double 18 and subsequently a miss at double 16.
Game shot on the
but
first
no miss
leg.
for Walters.
Scott Walters.
14 darter, and that is a break of throw in leg 1. So we're not going to have a great deal of time to talk about something here because these guys are so
Second
fast.
Leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Judging by the amount of players that we've seen from the Winchester area of Hampshire, how strong is the county of Hampshire right now? With the likes of Barstow, Gillett, Walters, Richard North's not that far away.
58.
There must be some really competitive leagues in that area.
100.
Another one is Jamie Kelling. Someone who we haven't seen very recently, but maybe you'll see him before Christmas.
95.
Maybe. I'm just teasing you a little bit because when we return after the Grand Slam, we've got 4 debutants coming your way.
140.
2 in Group A and 2 in Group C. So we are on the hunt for new players for you.
60.
Lots more people in touch on social media about the shoes argument and what they wear when they play darts. Mark Marlowe's got in touch with a pair of shoes that more
Scott, you
look very comfortable and look like they should belong on a boat. Oh, double 14.
134. Curt, you require 61.
51 left. Tops.
41.
Could be a valuable miss, that one.
Scott, you require 14. Game shot.
He's in for 2-0. He's trying to get that second 4-0 victory of the day to get back some of the damage that was caused by the people who defeated him today.
Third leg, it's Curt to throw first.
After winning by 4 legs to 0, he was then defeated 4-0 by Adam Smith-Neale.
95.
Since then, he lost 4-2 to Osborne, who has won his last 2 matches to reignite his challenge in Group C.
100.
But a win here against Parry would definitely put Walters in the mix.
91.
Lee Seymour's been in touch, one of our regular viewers, talking about slow players being in
55.
these groups. We don't want to talk about that, Lee, because we've got to do 15 matches for your entertainment. Yes, and we like fast players.
96.
But I don't want to think about the possibility of 6 slow players, especially Terry Down, who you mentioned, who was one of the slowest players ever
81.
seen on television. It does seem to be the trend at the minute, where players are a little bit quicker. It's what I like to call the MVG effect. A lot of young players I've seen
95.
play fast because they're mimicking one of their heroes. There is the same sort of rhythm about the Curt Parry play
Scott, you require 170.
with Michael van Gerwen.
$96. Curt, you require 47.
Needs to get himself a double. That could be really
31.
costly. It's exactly
Scott,
what
you
was
require
happening a little bit
74.
earlier against Smith-Neale. And Walters has been ruthless.
34.
Not on this occasion.
Curt, you require 16. $11.
Oh, it's not in. I thought it was
Scott,
in.
you
I couldn't
require
see it.
40.
But confirmation from the referee says it was in the small 11. The big 11.
Game shot
And that's the
third
big double
leg.
10
Scott
for a
Walters.
3-0 lead. So this game is all about Walters taking his chances and Curt Parry missing his chances.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
You
45.
can see Curt in the background just looking to the ceiling as if to say, what have I got to do to buy a double in this match? He's had 8 attempts
137.
with no success. If there is going to be any improvement from Curt in this match,
126.
maybe his next match against Bennett and tomorrow,
82.
you feel it's the doubles that have to improve. Walter's position in the table is precarious.
140.
He's on 2 points with a leg difference of -2. If he can somehow find
96.
that 4-0 victory, it will be 4 points and +2, exactly the same as Osborne, who is currently sitting in 3rd position.
60.
I think he's very much aware of his predicament in the table.
126.
And he might
Scott,
need
you
the
require
16th
130.
ton plus checkout if he wants the 4-0 victory.
$58.
I feel he should have
Curt,
gone
you
for the
require
bullseye with the
60.
lie on the previous dart. But Parry goes for tops.
50.
Misses a couple more.
Scott, you require 72.
That's now 10 shots at a double without success. Walters could win the match.
Game
And does,
shots, and the
purely
match.
because
Scott
he
Walters.
could find a double. Unfortunately, Curt could not. He has to wait until match 15 for another crack at 2 more points. But you can see that 88.41, which is exactly 17 darts per leg, that's enough to win by 4 legs to 0 against the Welshman. So we're going to go into the final round of our matches now, and we will have a look at the table when we come back. And the first match of our last round of matches is Colin Osborne against Adam Smith-Neale. Welcome back, and we are going to tie up the first day of our matches in Group C over the next 3 matches, but someone could possibly have the perfect day and seal their position at the top, and that person is Adam Smith-Neale. 4 wins from 4, and a very good debut day for Adam. It couldn't have gone much better. Lots of big finishes, a fair few 180s, and a very tidy performance in most departments. One more win, and he will be very close.
First leg,
getting into
Colin
champions.
To throw first. Game on.
Sorry, into the weekly finals on Saturday, to have the opportunity to make Champions Week in early December. You might ask yourself, how does he get to Champions Week? Well, first he's got to make the weekly finals.
100.
And if he gets in the top 3 on Saturday, then Champions Week will have his name written all over it.
96.
Adam's running average for the day is very impressive. But I have to say, at this juncture,
100.
every player deserves so much credit for how they've played on Thursday. The only player
135.
not to be averaging over 90 for the day is Scott Walters, and he is just the tiniest bit under. But of all the players, Adam Smith-Neale is
83.
averaging the best. 94.45. He's got 6 maximums, finishing at 42%. 2 ton plus checkouts. And of course, the biggest checkout of the lot, which was 161. A very good first day here. Osborne, 10 maximums.
90.
He has
Adam,
been hitting the most of everybody all day long. Curious that Smith-Neale did not go bullseye first on that shot.
99. Colin, you require 128.
Is he laying down the gauntlet there to Osborne? It's worked.
88. Adam, you require 36.
Double 18. Double 9.
Game
Found
on the first leg.
For a first leg lead. So, only 3 legs separate Adam Smith-Neale from the perfect day. Can he do it?
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Just a bit more insight into Colin Osborne's day. His doubles percentage is just 1 less than Adam Smith-Neale at 41%.
100.
Still world class. 4 ton plus checkouts for Colin, the most of any player today. His highest being 120, which he got in his last match with Richie Bennett.
140.
3,480s so far today. A very
60. Tidy
effort there. But it's that number of ton plus checkouts that we're looking at. We've got 15. The record is 16 in any day in a group. That doesn't count for groups C and B in the same day. And of course,
96.
we have more likelihood of getting more in a group like this as opposed to an evening session because we have 5 more matches. But there are 3 more matches to give us 2 ton plus checkouts, which would be a daily record.
$140.
The record for Group C 180s is 43. We're going to need a bit of a barrage between now and then to finish that off.
105.
What has been a record-breaking week.
Adam, you require 105.
That leaves 97. That leaves tops.
Game shot
And he's gone and done it as well.
Adam Smith-Neale.
So the record's been equalled. The 16th ton plus checkout has been found in somewhat unconventional fashion, but it has been found.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
We are smashing these records, and there's plenty of opportunity to get that 17th ton plus checkout now.
125.
Maybe 2.5 matches to go. But Smith-Neale has not got that on his mind. All he wants to do
81.
is bank 2 more legs and get 10 points for the day. The running average in this group today, 92.19, continuing that really good standard from the last 3 days. There's another maximum from Adam, his first of this match. But if they do maintain that standard, it will be a
100.
best overall performance by a Group C cluster all year. The previous record is 88.43, so they're well ahead of the overall average for the day of any Group C cluster of players. I think that's going to be broken as well.
97.
So for the record, for the 17th ton plus checkout of the day, he needs treble 19 and double.
29.
That didn't work out as planned.
Colin, you require 86.
Single 18 for the bull.
61.
Chance for Smith-Neale. He should have been on something
71.
smaller than this. May not matter.
63.
What a huge chance
Colin,
that was
you require
for
25.
3-0. And they weren't even close. Does Colin get closer? He doesn't.
21.
On either shot.
Adam, you require 8.
He doesn't miss double 4. And he is dominating this group on the points and the leg difference. His leg difference, which I will talk about in a second, is as healthy as I've seen anybody in a group like this.
Adam to throw first. Game on.
If he serves this out and wins 4-0, his leg difference for the day,
119.
after bagging 10 points, will be plus 15.
96.
Easier said than done, of course. But he has got plenty of form when it comes to 4-0s today. He's got 2 of them. He's maybe got every right to say it in a somewhat cocky fashion.
85.
That online darts live league, everybody says it's really hard. He walks through the door, wins 5 matches, gets a massive leg difference.
96.
Job done. I assure you, it isn't easy. He's made it look slightly easier with excellent play.
121.
He's got 6 darts from 186 to finish his day with a very big smile behind that very resplendent beard.
58.
Earlier in the match, Smith-Neale went 20s first on a 135.
59.
When Osborne was on a 128.
128.
It's his turn to have a shot at that same shot. He's gone 60s first.
96.
Wow. I didn't expect him to do that.
140.
And Osborne can't take the 140 now. So Smith-Neale on the cusp of a third 4-0 victory for the day.
100. Adam, you require
to be top
32.
of the table on 10 points going into
Game,
Friday.
shots,
And it
and
is
the match.
another 4-0
Adam
victory.
Smith-Neale.
He played really well, not just in that match, but all day long. Another average towards the 97 mark. I have to applaud how well he's played all day in every single match he did compete in. Brilliant and great on the checkouts. And he has, of course, with that 105 checkout, equalised the ton-plus checkouts record for a single day. Can somebody break it in the next match? Scott Walters and Scott Marsh. It's a Scott off in match 14. one thing now that Adam Smith-Neale will not be caught at the top of the table. He has had the perfect 5 wins from 5 games today, and many congratulations to him. Friday, we'll see more of him, but right now we'll see more of Scott, ×2. Marsh against Walters, 2nd against 3rd. Marsh is guaranteed to be on 6 points going into Friday, but he would dearly love to be banking that 2nd spot for himself going into the last day of Group C with a win against his namesake. Scott Walters comes into this with confidence.
140.
He's doing something coming into this final game of the day that is very similar, in fact the same, to Adam Smith-Neale. He's coming into it with 2 4-0 victories
100.
in the bank. He's just beaten Curt Parry by 4-0 before Smith-Neale beat Colin Osborne by 4-0. I don't remember so many games 4-0 in one session. I've got 5 on my sheet here.
140.
And that is a lot. This guy has really impressed me today.
125.
It's one of the best parts of my job. A commentator within the sport of darts, and you get to see players that you've never seen before. Looking at his stats before the day began,
121.
he played 15 games
Scott,
and averaged 89.
136.
He's maintained that kind of average all day long. Double 8.
Game
And
shot
that's
on
the record
first
right there.
Scott Walters.
It's another record broken in the Online Darts Live League this week. And it's a 136 checkout from Scott Walters that gives us the most ton plus checkouts in one single group day. Not an easy one either.
100.
Just to go over Walter's statistics today then, before that, beautiful first leg in 12 darts.
100.
89.44 average. Only the 1 maximum. Curiously. He is bottom of that chart by a mile. The next person with the least 180s is Marsh on 5.
81.
40% on the doubles. Very good. He is 3rd in that table. And he's now got 4 ton plus checkouts to equal
55.
the best, and that's Osborne. As for Marsh, it's been his best individual day of the week. 92.85 coming into this game.
140.
5 maximums. 35.9% on the finishing with 2 ton plus checkouts, including that ridiculous 160.
92.
So it has been a scaled up improvement on Thursday from the previous 3 days, which is exactly what he needed.
24.
That is not an improvement. That's a regression.
60.
There's a bit of an old school nature about the style of Scott Walters, and I'm liking it.
156.
There's so many great technicians in the sport these days, and a lot of them just mould into each other. But there's a quality of the throw of Scott Walters that I'm really liking. It's the kind of throw you would have seen from a player back in the 80s.
98. Scott, you require 56.
To level things up, it's double top. He can sneak this in.
16.
No, we can't.
Scott, you require 96.
And of the two players on the hockey right now, Walters has got the better finishing prowess for the day. Can he find double 18?
Game shot on the second.
There's your
leg.
answer from our
Scott
referee,
Walters.
Charlie. 2-0. And it is a break in the bank for Scott Walters, who really wants to take that position off his namesake in second position.
Third leg, it's Scott Walters to throw first. Game on.
And he can do so if he wins this match. Scott Walters would be guaranteed second position going into Friday.
60.
If he wins this game. His leg difference of +2 really helps him because Marsh's leg difference is +1. Largely due to those games that he has won being by 4 legs to 3.
140.
And Walters' wins were both 4-0.
$140.
How many players do you think there are nationwide or even worldwide who have got the talent of a Scott Walters who haven't been found yet?
100.
There are plenty. And I just had a text from my friend Colin Ridds in the last match talking about fast players. There is a player that I know of, and a lot of my friends in the Northeast know of as well. And for the last 20 years, he's been a world-class player in my opinion. And you might be thinking, oh, he's going to talk about Chris Dobie's dad again. No, I'm not. I'm going to talk about someone else. We've got a player in the northeast of England called Dave Gradwell. A lot of big-time players know who I'm talking about. He is someone who has kept an amateur status within the game for a couple of decades. Trust me when I say this. I look at Scott Walters and I think Dave Gradwell is very much like him. Dangerous, borderline unknown. And there are plenty more talents like that out there. And we here at the Online Darts Live League will try and find them for you.
Scott, you require 86.
For 3-0. Double 7.
72.
Chance for Marsh to bring it back to 1 as the gap
Scott,
instead of
76.
a potential 3. There's that face, that competitive face of Marsh. Oh, he's busted it! I
Scott,
didn't expect to see
14.
that. Really interesting exchange of facial expressions there between Walters and Marsh. Walters was saying as if he was almost going to say, unlucky, mate, because he's just about to lose the leg.
Scott Walters.
It's as if Walters knew he was going to hit that double 7. Well, you've had your chance, Marshy, but you've lost it. And it could be another 4-0 right now.
Fourth leg, it's Scott Marsh to throw first. Game on.
That was a bit like Usain Bolt saying to Tyson Gay about 20 metres out, well, you've had your chance, I'm going to win it now.
140.
We do know that Marsh will not give up.
140.
We have seen from him on so many occasions this week him facing a deficit. And he hasn't won every time, but he's put up a fight every time.
$60.
There is still a possibility that we could get to 20 ton plus checkouts today. We've got 17.
99.
And we have had matches with 3 ton plus checkouts in them today. I don't like to say what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. If we do get to 20, I'm not sure we'll see that again.
100.
I knew about 4 matches into today's play that something special was going on with the finishing.
92.
And I am not surprised to see us on the mark that we have. And Walters has got 170 for the match to give us number 18.
24.
And he's got 6 darts from here to finish with 2 4-0 victories. And in a funny sort of twist, if he wins this match 4-0, the only result he'll have had to win his 3 matches would be 4-0.
96.
He has lost 4-0 to Adam Smith-Neale. He has lost 4-2 to Osborne, but his other 2 wins came by the 4-0 scoreline.
93.
Let's
Scott
find out.
74.
Single 20 leaves tops for the match. For second place going into tomorrow.
34. Scott, you require 84.
To stay in it.
Game
He's
shot
done it
the
again.
4th leg.
He's
Scott
dodged a
Marsh.
match dart, and he will take us into a 5th leg in this contest. From this position, there is nothing that Scott Marsh can't
5th
do.
leg, it's Scott Walters to throw first.
The only way he can be dispatched is if Walters finds a good leg and denies him a shot at
60.
double. Otherwise, Marsh is going to be dangerous from here. And here he goes again.
180.
What happens to Scott Marsh when he's 3-0 down?
$100.
Maybe he should visualise that he's 3-0 down at the very start.
$100.
I'm holding back on saying this, but in a funny sort of way, I feel like Scott Walters is in trouble here.
122.
But I've been wrong before. Look at that gritting of the teeth. He refuses to tap out. I love that about him. You could get this guy in a triangle choke and he
45.
still won't tap out. He'll have to pass out first. Got to go 19s.
43.
And he fails. Shows a little bit of petulance there, does Scott Walters. Because he knows that Marsh is going to leave tops or double 18.
100.
No, he doesn't. That's a big miss. He could have under-delivered that dart and it would have snuck into the 60 anyway. But it is Walters who leaves tops.
136.
So does he
Scott,
do
you
it again?
require 76.
It was 84 in leg 4. Is it 76 in leg 5?
60.
And he doesn't find it. And the writing's on the wall
Scott, you require 40.
for Walters.
Game.
And on his
shots,
4th
and
match
the
dart,
Scott
he registers a
Walters.
4-1 victory, and he will be in second position in the table come tomorrow morning when he plays Scott Marsh in game number 2. It's another good performance. I've been very impressed with Walters today, but I've also been impressed with Marsh, who will go into tomorrow on 6 points with a very good chance of making the top 2. We're going to get an all-Welsh clash in our final match of today. In this group, Match number 15 is Parry versus Burnett. been a week of records tumbling, especially today as we've seen a record for the most amount of ton plus checkouts in a session. We have 17 and still one more match to go, with 2 Welsh players now about to do battle in match number 15. Adam Smith-Neale safe atop the table going into Friday. And Scott Walters occupies the number 2 spot as well.
Game on.
The chasing pack have a lot to do tomorrow. And Richie Bennett, if he harbours any ambition of getting through this group and into his 5th consecutive Champions Week,
85,
has got to somehow win this match and all of his games tomorrow, I feel. Otherwise, he's going to need some serious help. But another record that could tumble by the end of this match is the overall record for the group average for the day in Group C.
60.
That currently stands at 88.43, and right now, that is being battered.
99.
I just realised how Geordie that came across. I'll just say that again. Battered. Currently, 92.36 for the day, this group.
100.
Every player in this group has averaged over 90 for the day. I do not remember the last time I saw that
94.
outside of a Champions Week group. The standard of play today has been nothing but hat-tipping worthily brilliant,
41.
if that is a phrase. Curt Parry,
123.
for today, has averaged 94.05. But the one statistic that jumps off the page when it comes to his performance are the doubles.
40.
He's got 2 ton plus
Curt,
checkouts,
you require 127.
but he's only hit 17% of his doubles. That's where he has lost his matches today.
55.
Same could be said for Bennett. His finishing percentage is at 27. When you've got other players like Osborne. Oh, that one hurt. He may be looking forward to the end of this match, but he will fight to get 2 points out of it.
Curt, you require 72.
Double top for the first leg.
52.
No pun intended, of course, because it seems like Richie Bennett is playing on one leg. Doesn't get towards the finishing double.
25. Curt, you require 20.
Double 10 for Curt for a first leg break. That doubles percentage is still suffering. But he does find the double and breaks in 21 darts. But it's really paramount for Curt Parry to stand a chance tomorrow of getting to the top 2. Another 2 points here would be crucial.
Second leg, it's Curt to throw first. Game on.
And in doing so, he would really damage the hopes of the Richie Bennett faithful.
134.
Who are all hoping to see him in finals on Saturday night. And in turn, in Champions Week in early December. I'm not so sure he's going to make it.
140.
I have no record of any previous meetings between these two, but I'm pretty sure they have met in a local capacity. They don't live that far from each other. That's nice of our referee, Charlie, to pick that up for Richie. He's obviously struggling with his lead leg.
83.
You don't know what you need to throw a steady dart until you don't have it. I've had 2 broken ribs before,
60.
just under my right pectoral. And when they went, oh, that really hurt. But I've had more injuries than Gary Lineker's big toe.
43. Curt, you require 167. 50.
He's closer to a 2-0 scoreline. What can Richie find? Can he dig deep? It could be something like sciatica that he's got.
66.
I've known a few dart
Curt,
players
you
suffer with
require
that. And that
117.
shoots down your leg. Double top for Curt Parry.
97.
And that would have been to stretch the lead at the top of the record that's already been established today with ton plus checkouts. Is it going to stay at 17, or will we get any more?
26. Curt, you require 20.
Double five.
Game shot on
And
the
that
second
one works.
leg.
So
Curt Parry.
he graduates from a 21 dart leg to a 17 darter. He's at the halfway point with a wounded opponent in Richie Burnett.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Richie has played a lot of darts this year. This is his 256th match here at the Online Darts Live League. He has put in so many shifts. And most of the time when he's been here, he has played 6 straight days. You wouldn't blame him if he got a little bit of repetitive strain somewhere.
140.
One thing's for sure. Curt Parry has played a lot
81.
less games than Richie this year. In fact, he's played 251 less than him. This is only his 5th match of the entire year here. No wonder he looks fresher.
60.
But it's Bennett who takes the lead in leg 3. For how long? For a little bit longer. The 180 would have got him to
Richie
197.
161.
He's still going to have 6 darts from 161. You get the feeling there's a little bit of pain shooting down his leg, and he's just trying to get a position where it isn't shooting down his leg.
86.
He's doing well here. Putting up a great fight. Yeah, good use of the treble 18
Richie
on the effort anyway.
75.
The 60 was blocked by the second flight. Double 12. Double 6. To be 2-1 down.
Game shot on the third
Great
leg.
fighting spirit
Richie
from
Bennett.
Bennett. He's not at 100%. And that was the same against Connor Scott on Monday in his last match, which he lost by 4 legs to 0.
Fourth
But
leg, it's Curt to throw
he really
first.
does want to
Game
walk
on.
away from today with some points. It's pride and pride alone that's getting him through this match.
100.
Sometimes when you have something that's gone wrong, you have to adapt
100.
on the fly. Do you remember when Michael Smith was injured when he played at the UK Open? That was the UK Open that Nathan Aspinall won.
46.
He'd had surgery on his inner thigh, and it stopped him from walking properly for days. But he still went to the UK Open and made the semi-finals. It takes a lot to keep a dart player down.
85.
And unfortunately today, COVID-19 has put Dimitri Vandenberg into isolation, so he's not going to be at the Grand Slam, which is
59.
real disappointment for not only the fans and the viewers at home, but of course Dimitri himself. I am sure, though, when we come to the Players' Championship finals
83.
and the World Championship, after a bit of a rest for him, he will utilise the dartboard as a way of getting rid of the frustration.
140.
A lot of people like 19s to start on 233. If you get 7 19s, you leave 100. If you get the lot,
100. Curt, you require
you leave 62.
156.
Another. Double 18.
120.
I really thought he was going to hit that.
Richie require 133.
He could well hit the double 18 with his next dart.
93.
What he does not want to do
Curt, you
is
require
miss the double
36.
with the next 3.
18.
But he does, to offer Bennett a chance of 2-2.
Richie require 40.
This is courageous from Bennett. Double 19.
Game
Courageous
shot on
and
the fourth
brilliant.
leg. Richie Bennett.
It doesn't matter how you get it, as long as you get the maths right and the execution. From 2-0 down, he has brought it back to level. We're into best of 3 from here.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
It's not at the same standard that we've seen all day long.
$66.
Whenever he leads with that big follow through and the left leg tumbles up, it puts extra pressure on the right ankle, the right foot, the right knee, and the right hip. It will not be helping him, but it's something
100.
he can't control. Curt doesn't have that problem. Technically, he's as good as they come. Just look at the amount of movement in the throw from Bennett
83.
compared to Curt Parry when he comes to the hockey. Nothing. Nothing moves.
45.
He stays perfectly still on all 3 darts. Doesn't walk after dart 3 as well, which I like to see. Because a lot of quick players these days, they're walking after that 3rd dart even before it's delivered.
95. 100.
Honours even after 9 in leg 5. Who's going to take the lead into leg 6? The overall finishing
59.
today, 33.62. That's well down on the average of what we do see normally.
180.
But what we do get is an 8th maximum of the day for Curt.
Scored 78.
Treble 18 surely.
124.
Maybe disappointed with the small
Curt, you
4.
require 76.
Double top.
Game shot on the
Beautifully
fifth
done
leg.
for Curt Parry, who
Parry.
gets a break of throw in leg 5, and he now throws first in leg 6 for a 4-2 victory, which would get him to 4 points
Sixth
and a
leg,
leg
it's Curt
difference
to
of
throw
minus
first.
6.
Game on.
That would need some work tomorrow. But 4 points and minus 6
70.
is a lot better than 2 points and minus 9.
$100.
We've seen plenty of all Welsh clashes here this year.
42.
The Welsh players have done very well. In fact, Welsh players won the first 2 phases after phase 1 was all about winning weeks.
140.
When the Sporty Stuff TV trophy came about as the curtain raiser to phase 2, it was won by a Welshman. That Welshman was Richie Burnett over
47.
Robert Thornton that night. A really great evening's entertainment. Then Burnett went on to win phase 2 over Sean McDonald.
100.
And then Jim Williams, another Welshman, beat Fallon Sherrick in phase 3.
58. Richie require
This
161.
one looks like it's going the distance. Time will tell.
60.
He'll be amazed that he didn't find the 60 with the second or third dart.
100.
Parry does
Richie
not get to a finish,
101.
giving Richie a somewhat luxurious 101 with 6. And he is going to need that second visit.
45.
There's no guarantees that Burnett is going to take the 56, so you've got to get to 84 here.
100.
And he does.
Richie require 56.
To take us the distance.
16.
And he may be done here. He might walk away
Curt, you require
with
84.
a limp, with no points for the day, as Curt Parry hits double 12 and takes a 4-2 victory. And he very much is in the mix for tomorrow. He might be 6 points behind Adam Smith-Neale, as you see his final checkout of the day, but he could well snag that second spot if he polishes up on those doubles. That's a little bit better than what he's been doing today, 30%. The 82 average, somewhat misleading because he has played better than that today on the scoring phase. But Richie Bennett, you have to say, he's probably out of it and is not going to go to Champions Week. But we'll see what happens tomorrow, as Smith-Neale occupies number 1 position, Scott Walters in second, and Marsh just behind on leg difference in the number 3 spot. We're going to take a break for about 8 hours now. We're going to collect ourselves after that Group C action, and when we come back at 10 p.m. tonight on Sporty Stuff TV and YouTube internationally, we will see Chaz Barstow once again. The Phase 4 champion will come back to try and get to Champions Week and, of course, the weekly finals. But don't miss that tonight from 10 p.m. I'll be here. Will you be there? Asset signing out for now. See you later.